What up, Boba? Yo, Boba, maybe we should actually add a first redeem. I've been meaning to do it for a while. I just always forget. You're not able to modify redeems, are you? Sup, nerd? What up, Jadu? How you doing, dog? I can make one, I think. Is there a way to make it so that you can only redeem it once? If you want to do that, go for it. If not, I could probably do it another time. No big deal, but it's just, I've noticed a lot of people have been saying first, and I feel like, you know, should give them an opportunity to flex their firstness. Is my mouth moving on the character? It isn't. Okay, let's see. What's going on here? Snack, why you no talk? Why you no talk, Snack? Alright, let's see. Let me restart this thing. I'm drawing some smut, but in a painterly style. There you go. It becomes tasteful that way. Mythically Malaki, what up, my dudes? What up, Mythical? How you doing, dog? I've been thinking, guys, on YouTube, I feel like I always play the same, like, Guild Wars OST, and I'm wondering if I should change the music. I don't know how many, like, I know Boba uses YouTube, so if, Boba, if you have any OSTs that aren't gonna get me fucking, like, audio muted on my VOD, and you have any recommendations, you can let me know. I was thinking of doing, like, maybe Pokemon or something. I feel like a lot of video game stuff is probably safe. I don't know. I came across this channel that reshares Pokemon music, and their fucking, like, profile picture is like an AI of Bulbasaur, and their description is like, "Don't reshare my video." It's like there's nothing transformative about it. They're literally just reposting Pokemon music, and they're like, "Don't reshare my video. I own the copyrights." It's like, all right, dog. You don't own the copyrights. I was thinking of using that one just like out of ironic spite for somebody putting that in their bio, but I don't know how petty I am. And I also don't know if I'm gonna get fucking audio muted. Nintendo is pretty hardcore. Granted, everybody seems to be using the fucking Wii Sports-like song these days, including myself for my shorts, so I don't know. What up, Sextra? How you doing? Mr. The Sextra? What if I just called you The from now on? Shireen, how you doing? What up, Shireen? How much time we got left on these ads? 58 seconds. Good, how about you? I'm good, dude. I'm good. I'm chilling. I'm incredibly warm. The temperature in my apartment right now is like just room temp, I guess. Like my air conditioner's off. But it's like that weird middle ground where if I put a sweater on, I'm too warm, and if I take it off, I'm kind of cold. Lowballing on Facebook Marketplace, so based. Yeah, the lore with that knifey is I had a bunch of leftover beer from New Year's, and it was taking up too much room in my fridge, so I've been dedicating myself to drinking 2 beers a day and lowballing people on Facebook Marketplace for Nintendo video games that I ultimately just end up bailing on anyways. Probably the worst thing you can do on Facebook Marketplace. Just fucking edging a bunch of sellers, dude. After going through like a negotiation battle. But I kind of realized I just like the chase, you know? That is kind of a good bit, though. I won't lie. It's like not intentional. I just realized it's gonna be a pain in the ass to resell this shit. But that is like a funny bit. Like the guy who just negotiates on Facebook Marketplace because he likes the chase. I don't know. It's just funny to me. Anyways, let's drop the Discord notification, get a couple more people in here, and then we'll be off. We'll be off. Squeakity squeak every nyan. I can't believe I keep reposting the thing that NFT posted, but, you know, whatever. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna go snack on some stuff. Not you, don't worry. See you soon. All right, Knifey. I appreciate you popping in. Do your thing, big dog. Do your thing. So today, guys, I think I kind of want to clear out a lot of the shit on the right here, or the left, sorry, the screen left. Like these guys, I want to get rid of a lot of them. And I want to draw more characters. I just want to fill more characters. I want to do like maybe one more here. Maybe like another chick. Like another badass babe. And I'm wondering, where's your PNG? Oh, you're right. I turned it off because it was bugging. Let me turn it back on. It's loading now. Thanks for reminding me. Anybody got any feelings or tastes about time periods or regions or whatever? I was kind of thinking Africa. I was kind of thinking of doing something like Tribal Africa, maybe. I don't know. I feel like I never, ever, ever draw that. And I feel like it's going to be very, very difficult for me to draw. Because I do a lot of, like, Western-coded people, I guess. So I think I should probably push myself and try to do something from Africa. So I might do some tribal African shit. I don't know that there's, like... Nothing sticks out to me, though, in terms of, like, specific time periods of Africa. You know? And, like, to be quite honest, I don't know a whole lot about African history. I know the wars in the Congo are really brutal. I know of the Rwandan genocide. But I don't know, like, a whole lot in terms of, like, what I could pull inspiration from. Symphony? How you doing, Symphony? What if I did, like a child soldier? I feel like that's, like, not a good thing to do, like, as my first thing, though. I feel like I should show a little bit more respect. But that's sort of like, I don't know, that's the image I think of, because I played a lot of Metal Gear Solid growing up, so I feel like child soldiers are just kind of, like, really iconographic in my mind when it comes to, like, regional warfare and stuff, but, like, if we're doing warriors or whatever. Mainly because historically a lot of stuff was destroyed from when Africa was really kicking off. That being said, there's a lot of different patterns and cloth design that's very attractive. Yeah, they do a lot of, like, snakeskin, like, you know, just it seems like very inspired by animals, which I dig a lot. It's very like native-y. Hey, there you are. What up, Symphony? How you doing, big dog? What about making people from different regions? Africa can be first. I mean, this guy's from Han China. We got a Han Chinese guy, sort of. I mean, these are the inspirations I took. I feel like he kind of just comes off as like a samurai a little bit more. This guy's supposed to be like Victorian England, and this is like some pirate lady from also the same time period. So I'm trying to do like period region mix-ups. That's sort of my thing right now, is I'm trying to do like period and region mix-ups. And I said I would do something a little bit more dynamic. You know what? I'm deciding it for myself. I want to do a child soldier. I don't know. I just really like that imagery, just having grown up playing Metal Gear Solid and the representation of like child soldiers in those video games. To me, I think it's cool. I mean, I don't think it's cool, obviously. This is not me saying Snack thinks child soldiers are cool, but this is me saying I like the content of it, I suppose. I'm gonna be so real. Africa's a massive continent, so maybe you do a north and south from a different areas, like South Africa and Egypt are both Africa, but they're very different vibes. I'm probably gonna look up references from the Rwandan genocide. I know that sounds very dark, but you know, whatever. It's art, dude. It can be a little dark. You know, it's funny well, this isn't funny, but when Kentaro Miura was coming up with Berserk, and when he originally created the Eclipse arc in Berserk, one of the things that he was like on record saying is that he was actively watching the Rwandan genocide at the time. Because this would have been in like 94-ish, I think, that the Rwandan genocide was going on. And he was saying that was like the emotional tone of the genocide sort of really inspired a lot of the tones for the Eclipse arc in Berserk, which I think it's interesting to you know, pull from the emotionality of like real life conflicts and to apply that to your work. I don't know. I think, you know what, art and stuff doesn't always have to be happy go lucky. I'm gonna just fucking draw something a little bit more dark. I don't care. Fuck it. I gotta get rid of these guys though. They're taking up too much room on my screen. I'm gonna be so real. Africa's a massive continent, so maybe you do a north. Oh yeah, I read that already. I feel like that was a relatively modern. I feel like that was relatively modern though, compared to like different cultural patterns. It is. It is for sure more modern. But I don't know that I necessarily need to. I just kind of want to draw that right now, and then maybe I'll do like a some sort of indigenous African warrior or something like that. We'll play it by ear, you know? Or maybe I'll jump between two, who knows. Okay. I just gotta clear some shit out here. Okay, all these guys are on this layer, so we'll get rid of that. I don't know what layer all these hands are on. Not that one. We'll call this Han China guy. We'll call... Well, these are references mostly. I'm just gonna erase the references out. I don't really need them on the canvas anymore. Maybe we could do like an African hunter or something like that. I don't know. I don't know. I do still kind of want to do a child soldier, so maybe I'll do that, but we'll do a little bit of both. You know? Where the fuck's this guy's face? Oh, there it is. Oh, he's on the layer with these freaking dudes. Alright. Okay, I'm gonna merge these layers. Just because it makes sense to connect him to his hair. I would find it very funny if your African hunter was just a black dude with a gun. Yeah, me go full racist. Just make it a Crip, you know? Bloods and Crips, African hunters. Yeah, that would be insane, dude. I'm not doing that. No, I'm thinking like, you know, like actual like spear hunters or like, you know... I watched like a mini documentary. I'm sure you guys have all seen it on the Hadza tribe. Hadza. They're like an uncontacted tribe, or they're fairly isolated, and they have like fucking rival like fights with like baboons and shit. Obviously, they're living in modern times, but their sort of way of life is very sort of time stamped into the past, and I think it's really interesting. They don't particularly have any crazy, like, aesthetic designs, though, or anything like that, so... I don't really need any of these dudes, actually. Looking at them on the side here, I'm not gonna do anything with them. Like a modern-day regular black guy in jeans and a t-shirt with a gun, yeah, just go full Boondocks. Just do modern satire. Nah, that's not my plan. I'm trying to be a little bit more, reality-coded with these, I think. I don't need this guy either. He's over here, so we don't need him. Okay, these are all on this layer. They're all on the Han China guy layer. What layer are these ladies on? Uh-oh. Select layer. Are they really on this layer? I swear to God, No, they're not. The fuck? You and I. What a beautiful artist. Did I miss anything? No. Sorry, Mosar over on YouTube. How you doing, big dog? No, you didn't miss anything, Joe. What we're talking about is the next drawing I'm going to do. I think I'm going to move on to some sort of African time period. I'm thinking, right now, look, my inspiration is, I'm thinking, in my mind, I want to do Rwandan genocide. Some people are suggesting that I do like an African, like, tribal warrior or whatever. With like, you know, a lot of animal patterns and shit like that. That could be cool too. I like the child soldier idea, and I might start with that, and then we'll devolve into other things if I feel like I'm in the mood for it. That's sort of the plan right now, though. In my head right now, my rendition of a child soldier is gonna be very much like Modern Warfare, or not Modern Warfare, Metal Gear Solid. Metal Gear Solid 5, specifically. Okay, let's do... We can move... I'm gonna move some shit. I'm gonna take this as an opportunity to reorganize my canvas a little bit. So we're gonna put her here. We're gonna delete this one. I don't know what layer this chick's on. I don't need her anymore, because we've got her over here in a better version, in my opinion. I just want to make sure I'm not erasing anything else. Yeah, she would have been on that layer too, huh? Okay. What's he on? What layer is he on? So we're gonna move him. You don't hear me say, please, oh baby, simple and clean is the way that you're making me feel. I wonder why typing the same thing twice and with a symbol will produce a different song. Simple and clean. I don't know. I do not know. Sydney, how you doing? What up, Sid? Okay, I don't know what layer this guy's on. Understand. He's on the Han China layer. Got it. Okay. It's quite that simple. You walk away. Les Enfants Novembre, where a young boy named Murad, a newspaper crier, is given a secret document by a fleeing FLN fighter during the Algerian Revolution. Algeria could be a good point, too. I'm just thinking, like, Africa in general. It doesn't necessarily have to be, like, it could be Arab or like black Africans as well. I'm not particularly picky. In my mind, though, child soldier is definitely like black African. That's sort of what I was going for, and it's just an opportunity for me to practice doing black characters in general, because I'm not very good at drawing black characters. It's just not a thing I practice very much. And I feel like I go through this period every like few months where I'm like, I need to draw more black people, just because it's a skill I'm lacking. To me, the thing is, guys, it's not even really about, like, inclusion, diversity, or anything like that. I really just want to be able to do everything. And I feel like I can't neglect things. And so that's sort of my perspective. Boondocks, I don't want to go satire or, like, modern, like, Western, like, stereotypes. I think I'd rather... I'm trying to do time period stuff right now. And Rwandan genocide, to me, sticks out as particularly appealing to draw. The issue is I don't really know how to simplify with line art African hair. That's sort of something that I think I'm really going to struggle with. What up, Otter? How you doing? Have you considered a new canvas? You're speaking nonsense. I don't know what you're talking about. Well, 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 look who it is. Look who it is indeed. Please, oh baby. I want to have this shoulder elevated. No. Which shoulder am I going to have elevated? This one elevated, which means this hip is going to be elevated. Oh, me. Fuck, that looks too stiff. Before me, what makes it stiff and what makes it dynamic? There's no gesture. Okay, what I'm thinking about, and you know what, I should be doing this on another layer at least. But what I'm thinking about right now is the pose. And if you look, each one of these poses here has a strong curvature going through its major axis, right? So if you look at this, you kind of get this curve going from foot to head. You kind of get the same sort of gesture going through here as well. You could feel it, right? This one's like the opposite curve, but you could still kind of feel it, right? So you've got these gestures going through here. If you're lacking a gesture in your pose, you're going to really sort of feel, it's going to feel a little bit more stiff. How to identify that is tricky. It comes with experience and time and being able to spot things. I know when I was trying to figure out which legs I want to use for this character, I went through a couple different ones, or a couple different references, and then I was like, you know what, like, this one's too stiff, or this one is just not going to suit the character. Like, you learn to filter that stuff based on experience. That's all. I'm still lurking. I have pals to catch. Be back later or not. Alright, do your thing, Otter. Do your thing. But generally speaking, Symphony, the gesture is what makes a character stiff or not. And when you can think of gestures, there's basically two main curves. There's a C curve, which all of these characters have. They're all C curves. Okay, like, and I showed you the C curves 2 seconds ago, right? They're all C curves. And then this one's a C curve this way. These are all C curves. This one is also a C curve. Kind of an S, I guess you could say, but it's more of a C curve. But in general, there's two gestures, two primary gesture curves. There's S curves, and then there's C curves. And then there are straights, but straights typically you don't want to use for the main flow of the pose. You just want to use straights for things like arms and accessory features on the body. So if you look at this arm, it's more or less a straight. I've added some features here to sort of show some overlap and stuff, but generally speaking, that's a straight, you know. This arm here, kind of more like a C. So that's sort of how I think about my posing. And when I'm doing my posing, as I'm doing it, every single arm, leg, whatever I do, has this in mind. If it doesn't, it's going to feel very, very stiff and very, very flat. Zale's got me using the wackiest brush ever to make messy sketches. Oh, yeah. What brush? So how important would you say the touch function on a drawing tablet is? Touch function? I don't know. Mine doesn't have touch. Like, my tablet is not a touchscreen at all. Honestly, I feel like that would be annoying. Like, I have a laptop at work that has a touchscreen monitor. I've never touched it once, okay? I don't want to. I don't give a fuck about touchscreen shit. I think it's just, like, it's not gimmicky. I mean, there's value in it, I guess. I just, like, Voss, if you're trying to, like, buy a tablet right now, if there's a major price difference between the ones with touchscreens and the ones without, I say just don't get the one with the touchscreen, because just, like, it's not going to make your quality of life any different. The amount of value you're gonna get out of adding touch functionality to your monitor is just, like, so minuscule compared to what you're actually using it for. At least that's my assumption. I don't know if you guys have dissenting opinions, but that's sort of how I see it, you know? Okay, I'm gonna actually do a little bit of reference hunting. First, though, I'm gonna get some water, because I've been drinking coffee all morning, and I feel incredibly, incredibly dehydrated right now. Yo, haven't joined the live in a while. What up, Neo Neoshi? I'm gonna be right back, okay? I'm just gonna get some water. 2 seconds. Yeah, there's a big price difference. I hear people just end up turning it off, so I think I might not get the touch. Yeah, that's what I'd say. I'd say fuck it, no touchscreen. Yeah, I've never in my mind ever given a fuck about touchscreen. I also much prefer like tactile shit. Like my earbuds, they have physical clicking to them when I push the earbud, and I don't like the ones that don't. Like I have the big Sony XM whatever bullshit headphones, and they're all like they don't click or anything. You just tap them, and I hate it, dude. It's so sensitive. It's so easy to fuck up, like touching it wrong or doing something weird. I just can't stand it. I much prefer something with a button. I'm just old school, I guess. Hey Snook, what up, Verbunter? How you doing, dog? I see some new sketches, amazing as always. Yeah, we added this guy here. This, like, Han Chinese soldier dude. He's not really done. None of them are really done, to be quite honest. We'll get to it eventually, but... Right now, moving on, though, and I want to do a, child soldier. That's sort of my new fixation today, is my child soldiers. So I'm gonna look up some references. Let's go to Pinterest. I don't know if Pinterest is actually going to show me kids. I know that sounds very weird, but, like, the reason I say that is because if ever I accidentally type, like, dynamic pose girl instead of dynamic pose woman, Pinterest doesn't return any results. And I don't know that they actually post images of children. Maybe they do, I don't know. Let's see. Child soldier. Okay, never mind. They certainly do. Okay. Okay, let's gather a bunch of photos here. Actually, do you guys think I could bring this up on Twitch? Is this gonna be TOS if I bring up like fucking child soldier images on my Twitch stream? I don't know if that's gonna get me in trouble. If they were all black when you typed in child soldier without you specifying them being black, then Pinterest is super racist. Actually, they're not. They're really diverse. I'll show you what the result was. There's a lot of diversity here. And then there's just like straight up grown men. This is what popped up when I looked up child soldier on Pinterest. We got some Arab, we got this looks like to me it looks like some sort of like Greek, maybe Italian. I don't know. This looks like some World War II shit or Spain. This looks like Afghanistan. This looks like Vietnam or like China, maybe. Yeah. So there's quite a bit of diversity. Don't you worry, big dog. But that being said, my objective is to draw black people, so that's what we're gonna be doing. I really don't know if I should pull up the reference images though. I don't know how Twitch is gonna like that. I'm gonna just not, and you guys are gonna have to trust that I'm looking at stuff right now. Actually, I don't think it's TOS. I don't know. I don't know if they have rules around like depicting kids a certain way. Like that's my concern right now. Let me look it up. I'm gonna look at the terms of service. Terms of service. I mean, I did just pull it up, but. Remember. Twitch prohibits any content or activity that endangers youth. This includes content that features or promotes CSAM. Yeah, obviously, child exploitation, misconduct, grooming, minors. You may not show, promote, or engage in sharing links to third-party sites. It all seems like it's all CSAM stuff, so it's probably fine. Depicting fictional anime characters of childlike appearance, lolly showed us. I didn't. Damn, there's a lot of people that do that. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I think I can do it. I don't see anything in the TOS that says I can't do it, so fucking I'm doing it. Speaking of Pinterest, have you heard about the news of some AI corporations trying to buy Pinterest to train their AIs? I have not. Pinterest did do a good thing in, like, labeling AI content, though. There's a way to filter it out, and it's made it so I see a lot less AI shit. I think I can pull up these images. We'll be fine. I want some full body poses, though. Reading Twitch's TOS on stream is crazy. Keep it up. I just opened their TOS. I keyword searched for child, and there was only one section that described what you can and can't show on children, and it was very, very obvious. I don't need to like really explain it, but there was nothing about specific like war content or anything like that. It was all basically you can't show like sexual exploitation and shit, which is like duh, you know. And there was a section about you can't say you're 13. Or you can't say you're under 13, like even as a joke. It's pretty much like a official insta ban on Twitch. Which is funny because I've probably actually done that, so that's good to know. So let me find some more images here. Just for like tone inspirations as well. Let's see. This is not going to be the greatest reference in the world, but I do think it conveys an interesting mood. I just like the image. I'm pretty sure you've said you're 12 before. Yeah, I definitely have. I'm -9. What does that mean? You're not even born? Your parents are gonna make love in 9 years? I'm telling you now, your mom's been making love to me every day, so you're due anytime now. So by Twitch standards, no sex stuff related to kids, but violence is all good. Actually, yeah, that's pretty much what I got out of the TOS. I mean, if you guys want to read the TOS yourself, you can. You just type Twitch TOS, and then you'll find the terms of service. And then you go Control F, you type child. Or sorry, community guidelines, not the Twitch TOS. And there's a very brief section on what's okay and what's not, so. Be right back, gotta buy some coffee and snacks. Do your thing, big dog. Oh, you know what? I should look up war. I don't know what the rules are on war. I don't see anything. I don't see anything. I just see warning everywhere, but nothing on war. Okay, back to the child soldier shit. I'm trying to avoid, like, the very clearly, like, artsy staged ones, you know? do like this image too. I really there's no full body poses here though. Well, considering getting Twitch to follow their own rules is as consistent as gambling, who can fucking tell? That's true. I would just rather err on the side of caution, right? I obviously I don't think even if it was like TOS that I would necessarily get in trouble unless somebody directly reported me. But it's just not. I just don't want to play with it. You know, I believe it or not, guys, like my Twitch channel. I don't need to be controversial that bad, so. There's really not a lot of good photos. I feel like I'd have to go off of Pinterest to find good stuff. Let me see what I can find on Google Images. I do feel like Pinterest kind of, really restricts stuff a little bit. Don't worry. Some of these are fucking crazy, dude. What does she know? Wartime journalism is such a cool job, dude. I feel like in another life, you know? It looks fucking terrifying, though. I don't know if I want to be doing all that shit, but... I probably can't show kids smoking. I feel like that kind of is probably pushing it a little bit. That strikes me as some sort of, like, you know, not good thing. But then with guns, you know what? I feel like that's a weird line to draw. If I'm showing kids with guns. Okay, I've got my little compilation here of reference images. I think I could build something off of these. Let's see what we could do. I'm going to fuse all these together, though. Merge. These are all in one layer now. Excellent. Let's go back to my tree shoulder. I do like the holding the gun up against the shoulder like this. Stick love. The issue is, I don't think I ever really draw kids. I'm not very good at child proportions. I gotta actually look at that. Child art proportions, or I guess it doesn't have to be art proportions. I think Loomis has a guide on child proportions that I've seen before. Where's Loomis? Loomis. It's funny. Sunday. Thinking of you. It's funny all night long. Put Loomis. Doesn't have to be massive. Okay, how many heads tall are they? 5 years old, 6 heads. 6 heads tall. So we got 1, 2, 3, roughly 4, 5, 6. So yeah, so he'd be about this tall. Where's the base of the pelvis? Just below the 3rd head. So roughly 1, 2, 3, just around here, base of the pelvis. I gotta think of what kind of pose I want to do. I kind of want to do like a semi-front on. Whoa, what's going on with my brush here? There we go. Okay, I think we're gonna change this up a little bit. We're gonna merge this in this though first. Merge layers. I don't want to make him too wide. I feel like I'm going to get into man territory. I'm just like, I got to fight all my instincts on this one because I don't draw young characters very often. So it's very difficult for me to sort of get it right. I'm going to have to probably use some construction here. Small ribcage. Small, small. Thinking small. This one. I want a pose that sort of shows that they're kind of like innocent. Because I want that contrast of like the violence and the youth. I don't know what's like a classic like child pose. It's probably gonna be like a little like dorky, awkward, not really sort of like too focused on leg placement and stuff. This is too flat. Too much of a straight. Hey, I'm back. What up, big dog? How you doing? Welcome back. We haven't really gotten anywhere, so we're still looking. Okay, I like this sort of upper body pose. So he's got like a twist in his body here. His ribcage looks like it's turned this way a little bit. So we're gonna do not 3/4, but just a little tilt that way. His arm is like more or less flush here. This arm comes across along with the gun. I do want a little bit more interest in the legs, though. Sounds like you're going Happy Tree Friends on this? What do you mean? What do you mean Happy Tree Friends? I know what the show is. I just don't get the reference. Oh, the contrast of violence and cuteness or whatever? I don't know that I'm necessarily going like cute adorable. I'm going just like more like innocence, I guess, is the vibe I'm going for. And I think I need more tilt, and I don't know how to get that here. Yeah, I'm familiar with Happy Tree Friends, but I think that the thing that makes Happy Tree Friends appealing is also sort of like their cartoonish like cuteness. They have like the classic cartoony look to them, whereas like I feel like Child Soldiers, they look like humans, but it's the contrast of the childhood innocence and the violence that's like really really gripping with a lot of these images, right? So that's sort of what I'm going for, not so much like cartoony adorable or anything like that. I want more just like youthful naivete or whatever. I mean, in a sense, Happy Tree Friends is all of those things. You think so? Maybe I'm wrong. Whatever. I just don't know what a good, like, child pose is. I don't do a lot of children poses. They tend to, like, stand really weird. I know kids, like, stand with, like, curves in their backs because they just, like, fucking don't give a shit about posture. I feel like kids always just be at random places. Yeah, they T-pose, you know, a little bit. Kids are always weird by nature. That's true. Imagine Bluey, but suddenly one of the characters like loses its eye because another character got pissed off and ripped its eye out. Yeah, I've watched Happy Tree Friends for sure. What is going on? Every time I pull away now, my fucking mouse does weird shit. Yeah, let's bring this leg forward, I think. I'm just trying to find the gesture here. Still feels too stiff to me. This is too, like, esoteric. Like, it just feels too artsy to do that leg. Hmm. I'm gonna need some reference here. It doesn't also have to be a kid reference. I could just take an adult and just switch the proportions. So long as they have a pose that sort of fits. Why are you drawing Children of War? I don't know, I just felt like it. I had a friend who forced me to watch Happy Tree Friends during lunch in the 6th grade or something. Yeah, I mean, it was cool back in the day. I remember how crazy it was. I was just like, when I remember watching it, I was like, this is insane. You could do this? Trying to think, do I want the head tilted up or down? It's like, why are you making me watch this? I would have been that friend, dude. I loved Happy Tree Friends when I was younger. I'm gonna take this image and I'm gonna mirror it because I do like the sort of like 3/4 head here. I want to match my character though a little bit more. I have trauma because of the lemonade stand episode. I remember the episode every time someone mentions Happy Tree Friends. I'm scared to ask. It's been a while since I've watched it. If you want to recap it, I'm here, but I don't think I'm gonna do the cigarette. I think that's pushing it a little bit. Um, I do kind of like the like pilot hats. I feel like it's been overdone a lot though. I also think it's still 2 3/4. I gotta move away from the 3/4 stuff. Okay, we're gonna do front on, but we're gonna add a head tilt. Yeah, I only do 6/8. It's kind of what I'm going for, actually. 6/8 front on, though. I think I'm making the shoulders, like, too broad again. I'm more of a 6/9 guy. I see. Who are the characters you're drawing? They're nobody in particular, Fateful. They're just random characters I come up with, you know? Whatever I feel like drawing. Right now we're doing sort of regions and time periods. It doesn't have to be of the past. In this case, I'm going sort of like... right now I'm trying to get like an African child soldier in here. We're doing a lot of warriors. of different sorts. The face is gonna be really tough, I think. Just a lot of stuff I'm not used to. Okay, we're gonna take... See if there's a face here that's front on I can take. I do kind of like this kid. Oops. Yeah, I think a flatter upper eyelid is gonna give sort of like a like more like soulless emotion, which is kind of what I want. The Child Soldier Angel reminds me of Jormungand. Child Soldier Angel. Not sure what you're referencing right now. I'm noticing the width on my original sort of like thing was a little too much. A little too big. I'm gonna exaggerate a little bit of the features here. Just to really... When you do bigger ears on like a head, it gives more of like a childlike feel, I find. Making the eyes bigger as well helps with that too. But kids' ears tend to be pretty big. Because, I don't know why, some kids are just born with like big ass ears. I meant Angle. Also, Jormungand was an anime about such a character. Oh, I see. The Angle. I see. Yeah, gotcha. I don't know exactly what you're talking about, but I get you. Kind of. Okay, now I'm gonna just sort of clean up and stylize a little bit. I'm gonna look up Jormungand, because I have no idea who that is. Jormungand. Anime. I just see the giant snake dude. Oh, I see. I see. I've never heard of that anime, though. I think the eyes need to be a little bit more spaced together. The whole face in general. My brows are too high up again. I had such a bad habit, dude. This one in particular. Why does this feel weird? Space between nose and mouth. Too much. Corners of the mouth need to be curved down more. I have trouble getting across motifs and themes in design and concepts I'm doing often. Any advice? Look for patterns. I mean, look, you're never gonna get it right the very first time you try it out. I think you need to look for patterns and you need to sort of like understand the different ways that emotion is portrayed on the face. Um, you know, how the relationships between features come across, if that's what you're talking about by motifs and themes, or you're talking about like just design elements. Try to lock things into a specific, like I would say, 50 to 100 year time period. They don't. You have to be exactly perfect. Like it's possible that like in the Victorian era, when they wore clothes like this, they didn't wear like ascots like this, or they didn't wear pants like this or boots like that, right? These don't necessarily need to be from the same time period, but they need to sort of be close enough that when you tie it into a character, it feels like it lives in a certain world or time period, right? And so you're gonna have different materials, you're gonna have different sort of fabrics and things like that are used in different classes of society, that are used in different time periods and kingdoms and all this shit. So I think factoring that stuff in is critical to sort of getting authenticity in your work. If I misunderstood what you're asking me right now, let me know, because that's sort of how I understood your question. I'm losing right now. I'm going too angry, less like soulless. You can see in his eyes there's still like a curvature in the upper lid here. Like, but it's like there's an energy of sadness there, and I'm losing that by flattening out that upper lid. I feel like you see how mine's flat here, and his is more curved. I feel like I get more of a sadness from having more curvature instead of like the sort of sassy anger that I'm going for or that I'm doing right now. So I'm gonna try and get rid of that, and I'm gonna do a little bit more of a neutral eye. These subtleties, I feel like, really sell the emotion. You're good, just costume design mostly. Practice certain time periods. Every sort of design that you see from artists that you love, they're usually inspired by some sort of era, and they're usually stealing from general things or sort of pre-existing fiction, if it is fiction. Um, I'm looking at the negative space on the sclera here. I'm noticing a lot of the sclera has sort of, it's the eye is more or less touching the bottom lid. It's like almost tangenting it. It's a little bit more almond shaped than what I have. So I'm gonna make the eye bigger. And I'm gonna make it a little bit more almond shaped. I'm not going for a one-to-one on this reference, but I am in the eyes in particular. I do want to sort of get that emotion that this character has. I'm stealing from Targan, League of Legends. Hell yeah, dude. I don't know who Targan is, but yeah, it looks angry again. Bro, I don't like this song. It keeps doing like a fake knock noise, and it's like triggering me, dude. A weird cosmic themed region of Runeterra where they have powers from cosmic eldritch beings, not necessarily gods. I see. Tarek from Targon is gay too. Interesting. Dude, this fucking knock. I gotta skip this song. It's like it triggers me so much. I don't know how to like explain how much it bothers me whenever there's like sensory like fucking things that like make me feel like there's shit in my room. I don't know. It just bothers me. Can't do it. David, how you doing, David? What's up, big dog? I really like your style. Thanks, dog. I like your comments. What are you up to today, David? Trying something new? What are you trying? I'm also trying something new today. Questionably new, but I don't know how I'm feeling about this, to be quite honest. The eyes are too spaced out. Look at the space between them. I could fit a third eye here. I could probably fit like two eyes here. It's too much. Too much space between the eyes. Which side needs to come in? Probably this one. Some mechanic stuff, robots. Oh, you're into mechs, huh? I'm not a big mech guy, mostly because I've just never like been into like mech shows or anything. Like I never got into like Gundam when I was younger. Power Rangers weren't really my thing either. This doesn't feel right. It doesn't. There's nothing. I don't like the. There's not enough appeal on this drawing. I'm probably gonna end up wiping him. I don't want to keep polishing a fucking bad drawing, you know? I don't know. We'll see. His mouth isn't right. What's the spacing on the side of the skull here? Much shorter. Literally half an eye width. What do I have? I have like an eye and a half. So we're gonna have to bring the skull into about here. How about other side? About a full eye almost. Hello, what up? Enhanced by Mylene over on YouTube. How you doing, dog? Head needs to be a little bit bigger now. Good. Dope, dope. What brings you to my humble little stream, Enhanced? I'm gonna have to zoom out here, I think, and make it a little bit bigger. It's hard to draw at this size. I just want to see. I just want to see because I'm kind of bored and I like art streams. I'm a sub. Do it up, dude. Well, look, for context, do you have Instagram? I do. My Instagram is basically the same handle as this. I can drop you a link if you want. But yeah, right now, what we've been doing is basically different warriors from different time periods and stuff. Today's a little bit darker in terms of content because we're doing child soldiers, which is a little gruesome, but I want to explore the idea because I like the design of it. I don't know. I was just in the mood. But we've got Han Chinese, we've got some Victorian era stuff, some pirate stuff, a little bit of everything. Just kind of jumping around. What if I told you I have a YouTube channel? Well, that's cool. That's cool. $22 subs, 2 vids. It's actually my sister's. That's cool, dude. Very nice. Keep it up. Peace out, Mythically Malaki. Thanks for coming out, dude. I appreciate you, big dog. Oh, you have emotes? It's adorable. We got like one emote. We're not like the most emote heavy community, but we have some emotes. We'll have more eventually. One day. What the fuck? Do you have mods? I do have mods. I've got several mods. I've got, right now on Twitch, I don't know, 5 mods, 4 mods, something like that. And then on YouTube, because we're not like super duper, we don't get a lot of traction on YouTube. I think I've got like like 1 or 2 mods, 2 or 3 mods. I don't really need more though. Why do you ask? I think the size should be a little bit smaller. Just interested in knowing how many mods we have. The mods are all sort of long-time viewers. Some have been here for 2 years. Because the YouTuber has over 100 mods. That's a lot of mods. I don't think you need that many mods. One of them has returned. Does someone need shooting? No, no one needs shooting. Calm down. Go back in your cage, Jadu. I want to get emotes for my channel. It's all part of the layout plan. Just gotta have a thing themed around raiding people after I draw. I don't really know what to... I need a raid message too, actually. I don't really have one. My husband left and I have the house to myself. What should I order to treat myself? I don't know, dude. Pizza? Are you a pizza girly? Or does cheese make you shit your brains out? He's live right now? Well, that's good for him. Dairy gives me pimples. Okay, well that's off the what about sushi? Chinese? You still need sub notifications and sub badges too. That's true, I do need that. What should the sub notification be? My idea of sub notifications was like when you first start, it's like a sprout. I know sprouts are really overdone. It'd be like a carrot sprout though. I don't really know what a carrot sprout is. Something like this maybe. And then as it grows, you can get like more and more of the carrot coming out maybe. You know, a little bit more. And now you get the carrot sort of halfway out. And then you could go into like, I don't know, after like a year, maybe you're like a full carrot. And then after like maybe 2 years, you're like a golden carrot. I feel like that could be like a good theme for sub badges. Yeah, like 1 month, like day 1, you're like a sprout. Day 2, I don't want the like fucking anime sprout that looks like this. I just feel like that's like overdone. But like a little carrot head. And then, you know, month 3, let's say, you're like partly out. Month 4, you could be like halfway out or mostly out. The thing is, carrots don't actually grow out of the ground. You kind of pull them out of the ground. But we don't need to pretend. We can pretend like we don't know how carrots grow. A whole rotisserie chicken? Whole rotisserie chicken sounds pretty good, not gonna lie. I had Pop-Tarts or not Pop-Tarts. I had Pizza Pockets for breakfast, so I'm not really the guy to ask. If the head's tilted, any helmet he's wearing would also be tilted, probably. Back to the anime trenches. All right, do your thing, dude. What time is it now? Hour and a half. I gotta piss. I'm gonna be right back. BRB, guys. I'm gonna look up some art. Do you guys actually, if any of you guys have recommendations, this would be a good time to do them. I'm looking for an artist who can simplify black characters using line art effectively. And I want like line art specifically. I don't want full rendered pieces. I want line art. That's sort of my struggle right now is finding a way to simplify the features. I'm not. I don't have a system for it yet. Let me see if I can find some stuff on Pinterest. If you guys have any artists that you like, let me know. Otherwise, I'm just gonna do some searching. Black character art. And I'm specifically looking for front-on poses, which is kind of difficult. Oh, there's some good DreamWorks stuff, actually. Do you know a website called Sakugaboru? It's very helpful for animation. I love Sakugaboru, dude. I feel like it's slept on so hard, so you're absolutely right, dude. Sakugaboru goes crazy hard.
Oh,
really like this look stylistically. This looks so fucking nice stylistically. Look at this. Who is this artist? If anybody knows this artist, let me know. I want to follow them. I really, really like the design of this. It's like a little bit more stylized than what I was like aiming for, but I really, really like the look of these expressions. So nice. I'm gonna steal from this, I think. Yeah, David, I love Sakuga Boru. Do you have a favorite animator, dude? Sakuga what? Sakuga Boru. It's Sakuga Boru with two O. There you go. I typed it out in the chat. It's a website. It lets you break down anime scenes that are well done, and it typically adds the animator's name as well, so you can find more of their work. Yo, bro, could you do my Godzilla? Note, it must have the expression of Saitama saying this. I only need one hand only. I need for you on Jupiter. Nah. Dude, I don't do just random, like, requests, bro. Sorry, dog. Try someone else. But yeah, Saga Boru is pretty great if you like animation and you want to study animation, like, effectively. Mm-hmm. Thanks, I've been trying to animate a rotating box slapped by a hand. No idea where to start, but this gives me direction. That's a tough one to do. I think rotating boxes in general, when I think of boxes, here's a little tip, okay? Whichever side is rotating, so let's say it's a box that looks like this. And you want it to rotate in a direction. What you want to do is you want to track it on an arc. And what you want to track specifically is the corners of the box on an arc. So whenever I'm rotating a box or spinning a box in my head, what I'm doing is I'm thinking of a specific corner or a couple specific corners, and I'm rotating them in a circular, like, arc. So all of these, if you drew this out, these would all be existing in some sort of, like, circle. I'm not drawing the circle very well right now, but it would be something... It'd be a circle in the perspective that the box is in. And so what I would say is when you're tracking boxes rotating, is you want to keep in mind the sort of circle and the arcs. So if I want this box to tumble down this way, I'm literally following an arc like this. And then now I'm taking this line, and I'm just putting it here, and then this line here. And I'm just thinking about, like, this corner. I'm only thinking about this corner. Okay, right here. And now I'm showing more of the top, less of the bottom. Right? And now you can see, like, the box is now rotating forward. Or falling forward. So if you want to animate a box, that's sort of how I would think about it, right? I wish I could draw a fluid pose. You can do it, dude. Just keep practicing. You'll get there one day. I promise. I promise. Snacks guarantee. I learned about 1s, 2s, and 3s, and 4s today. Hell yeah, dude. Yo, AM me and me. And you what, dude? You're asking me for free shit. I'm not drawing your friggin' Godzilla thing, dude. Yeah, I feel like Joe, the majority of like animation like when I worked in animation, the majority of the stuff we did was on twos. Like most of it. Unless it's like a really fast motion, in which case you could do it on ones. But typically speaking, most stuff is on twos in the West. If you look at Japanese animation, they use a lot more threes, fours, and even fives, which is kind of wild. Um, I would just look at how they use it, and also the two things I would notice is how they use it compared to the background. Because sometimes, Joe, the background will be on ones and twos, and the character will be moving on fives and fours. And because the background's really dynamic and the character's still, it feels like the movement is very dynamic, even though it's not. So that's just something to keep in mind also. Dash to reach first place in 3 seconds? It's possible. I think it's based on how many messages are sent. I really don't know how it works, to be honest. I got so invested in each muscle, sometimes the body I draw looks super stiff. Yeah, so you'll notice when I start these poses, you could tell there's sort of like a rough gesture here that I'm thinking of as I'm drawing these. So I always start with the gesture of my pose, and I'm trying to think, even if I don't necessarily jump right into the gesture off the bat, like with this character here, like I'm always thinking of gesture throughout every single one of these poses. It's front of mind on everything. And every single limb has to complement that gesture. So in her case, you've got this giant sort of like C slash S curve here with the leg. It's more of like a C curve. Like you can see the arm here lines up and curves into the back here. This, if you draw a line down to the heel, curves into the heel also. So it's all lined up, right? All of these things are intentional. And it's the same thing with these characters here. Like all of these gestures more or less line up to where I want it to go. Decide where your focal point is. In my case, it's the face. These are the focal points. And then have the gestures complement that and the features of the arm as well. So if you look, my main gesture pose is like a curve. When I say main gesture, I'm talking about the longest gesture line going through the character. So the longest axis point. Okay? From there, you're going to think of adding secondary gestures in here that are also going to lead to the face. So in this case, I've got this arm here that leads up where? To the face. This arm here leads up where? To the face, right? This leg leads up where? To the face. All of these things are complementing the focal area, right? And it's the same thing with this. Same thing with this. Look at this. Look at this arm. It's a straight line. Where does it lead? To the face, right? So that's sort of how you need to think about gesture. You need to first decide where you want the character to look. Where is the most important point on your drawing that you want people to look at? Most times, 90% of the times, it's going to be the face. Okay? And then from there, what you want to do is you want to make sure that everything you're adding to the body is complementing the face. So that's how I would think about it, alright? And also, start loose, start sketchy, you know? Search for things. The main focus is the face. Yeah, that makes sense. Joe on Twitch says, twos is more comfortable for me. I'm also sticking to 24 frames per second for now, and it's still hard for me. Yeah, that's fine. That's what I would recommend, to be quite honest. Sweet Molasses, Mastodon has some good lines of black people. You could try them, but you'll also have to dig a bit through their media. I'm not gonna lie. If anybody can find the name of this artist, because Pinterest is terrible at crediting artists, I really fucking love this stylistically. Like, I really, really, really like this. This is some nice shit. And he's using the same brush as me, so I fucks with it heavy, dude. If somebody can point me to that artist, that would be awesome. Bro, streaming on both Twitch and YouTube. Shh! Don't tell Mr. Twitch, dude. Don't get me in trouble, dog. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, dude, I am. I'm working on Twitch. I'm streaming on Twitch and YouTube. Bro found an infinite money glitch. If you knew how little I made, you would not think this is an infinite money glitch. I make $0 from YouTube, and I make about anywhere between $70 to $120 a month on Twitch. You could not survive on this. I'm still a noob in animation, so I apologize if I get some terms wrong. Don't worry about it, dog. Yo, bro, and me? Bro, what are you talking about, Alexion? You keep saying that. And me. And you what? What do you want? What term do you think you got wrong, Joe? 120 ain't that bad? I guess it depends where you are in life, if you've got rent and all that shit, you know? I don't know what I want to do with the eyes here. They still feel a little too spaced out. From what I'm guessing, you used to animate for shows. I did, yeah. I worked in the Canadian animation industry for about 3 years, roughly, and then I left the animation industry, and I don't really work in any sort of art field anymore. But I did at the time for a little bit. Mostly Western shows, though. Can you make my Godzilla design? All right, bro. Sorry, dog. I'm getting rid of you. You're annoying the shit out of me. I told you no like 3 times. You're gone forever. See ya. But yeah, I used to work in Canadian animation. Yo, bro, me on top of you? Huh? Seeing how experienced you are you also in your 30s? You're right on the money, dude. I'm 31. But I've been drawing since my early 20s, so I was actually a little late to the game. A lot of people start much sooner. In my case, I started a little bit later. Do you have any tips for drawing material? Yeah, I guess it depends on the material. Art university or art college? That's right. I did go to art college. I did a 3-year advanced animation diploma. So I went to college for animation and then I got a job out of college. I was still in college when I got a job. I was an intern. Do you have any tips for drawing material? Yeah, dude. I mean, it's gonna come down, Dave, to like what the material is. You know, is it like what type of material are we talking about? Are we talking about metal? Are we talking about leather? Are we talking about cloth? You know, I think that's sort of what you want. You want to decide that first, and then that's going to really determine. You can think of it as like branching trees, right? Once you've selected the material, I'm just going to write like mat here for material. Let's say you select the material. Like, let's say I want to do clothing as a material. I don't know why the fuck. Now I have to decide, is my clothing thick? Is it thin? Right? Okay, let's say my clothing is thin. Now I want to decide, okay, is it form-fitting or is it loose, right? Like these are all things that you have to consider because it's going to impact the material differently. If it's thick material, your folds are going to be a lot thicker and they're going to be a lot more bundly. If it's thinner, you're going to get a lot more, you know, scraggly little wrinkles and stuff. It's not going to be the same type of material like folding. You got to treat these differently. If it's leather, the way you render it's going to be different, right? It's going to be a lot more like skin. So it really just comes down to sort of what the material is. Asking sort of if I have general advice for material, my general advice is to narrow down the type of material you want to focus on. Don't try to explore every type of material at once. You're going to be sort of spinning your wheels and you're not going to get good at any particular thing. Focus in on one type of material. I would recommend clothing, like cloth, like for outfits and stuff, because that's going to be the most common thing you're going to do. And then sort of learn how the folds work. That would be my advice. Timka, what do you say? What'd you say? Bro didn't get rejected. My God, my grammar's dog shit. Is this the 3 a.m. effect? I think it is, dog. I think it's the 3 a.m. effect. It's okay, bro. Sometimes after work, I'm just like stuttering nonstop. I can't talk properly. It's a mess. I hate when I end up covering the whole body in clothes after drying each muscle. Yeah, I mean, look, I think there's value in that, Tem. I'm just gonna call you Tem, all right? Tem, I think there's value in learning the muscles and drawing them. It becomes difficult to layer the clothes on at first because or afterwards because sometimes the gesture changes when you're putting clothes on. It can stiffen up the pose. If you're not as comfortable with clothes, it's difficult too. My advice would be to not overdo the muscle rendering. Put enough information there to guide your clothes drawing, but you don't need to overdo it, right? You're not doing like a muscle study, you're doing like a character with clothes. Like if I'm doing this guy, this chest might literally just be a couple lines like this, and that's all I need. These 3 lines, and that's gonna help me identify where the chest is on this kid, right? Or the shoulder, it'll maybe be a triangle like that, right? And then the bicep will maybe be a C curve and another line like that, right? So all these things, these are simplified things that I can do. And then when I'm doing I'm not wasting my time like over rendering like shit I'm gonna cover up with clothes, right? So just be efficient with your lines. Think about what your end goal is, right? Sade, how you doing? I'm really struggling with this kid. Fuck, I love this dude. Somebody has to find this fucking artist for me. I really really like the way he did these faces. They're so nice. I'm a sucker for like the long neck shit. I don't know if you guys have ever seen Haikyuu. The way that they design those characters, they're just like super fucking long or whatever. I dig it. Send the Pinterest post? Alright, give me a sec. It's like here's the Pinterest post. Man, I've been trying to apply for university slash colleges. It's such a pain to draw my PS and supplemental essays. I don't know what PS is. Not draw. Right. Write my PS and supplemental essays. I still don't know what PS is. I don't think I'm digging this face, dude. I gotta think of something else. Doing good. How's the art? How's yourself? I'm chilling. I'm chilling, Sade. PS is personal statement. Oh, I see. I see. I went to college, so I didn't have to write a personal statement. I just kind of applied and submitted a portfolio, and that was it, really. Making the portfolio sucked ass, obviously, but it's silly time. What up, water bottle? How you doing, big dog? And again, for those who think I'm having a schizophrenic episode, I'm talking to two chats right now. So we got YouTube and Twitch. You guys can't see YouTube on screen though. YouTube chatter Tem says, when I think I cooked with the essay just for it to be scrapped because my teacher thinks it's not good enough. Damn. Well, I would trust your teacher, I guess. I don't really want to do another up tilted head. I really want to do a down tilt. Does that mean bro on YouTube's below 18 if they're applying for college? It's possible. I mean, if you're applying for college, you might be over 18. That being said, guys, we are an 18 plus channel. If you are not over the age of 18, I'm gonna have to ask that you leave. Do a jiggle? Shit. It do. It jiggle. It do. Can we see your portfolio from back in the day? Like when I got into college? I'd have to reduce a lot of the content or a lot of the like I'd have to redact my name and shit because my name's on like every page. What are you drawing for it to be 18 plus? Not safe for work? Nope. I don't do any not safe for work stuff. I just, sometimes I swear a lot, I say edgy shit, and I just don't really want a bunch of kids hanging out in my chat. That's all. Another death in the collective. You hate to see it. I'm gonna assume you're under the age of 18, bro. I might have to time you out, dog, or ban you, unfortunately. I don't think I can ban on Twitch, but I'm gonna have to hide you unless you're saying otherwise. I'm a dip. Alright, do your thing, big dog. See you in the future. Good luck with college. Do me a favor. Alright. What's the favor? Final words. And answer me this. Uh-oh, we're getting into riddle territory. Why did you draw that? Draw what? Are those your final words, dude? Bro, I really don't know how to restrict or like YouTube to under 18. Twitch seems to work great. I feel like my age filters on Twitch work fantastic. I set my stream on YouTube to not show me to anybody under the age of 18. It still does though. So I don't really know what to do. My animation books, like the Animation Survival Kit, really helped me out when I was learning in uni. If we're talking about strictly about the year, I'm 18. Uh-huh. Maybe more people on YouTube lie about being over 18. I think so. I think because Twitch is a lot more like community focused. There's probably a little bit more of an etiquette and culture around, respecting the streamer because it's just streamers have more control on Twitch than they do on YouTube, it feels like. Like I can't actually ban anyone. All right, big dog. I'm gonna get rid of you, all right? See you. But you going to answer me? Why did you draw that? Why did I draw what? This is going to be I'm going to answer you and then I'm going to hide you from the channel, all right? But I just drew this cuz we're doing warriors of different types and I wanted to draw a child soldier. That's it. The chest? Oh, on the fucking mouse? I didn't. One of my mods did. I didn't make the PNG tuber. And also, it's all part of the game. Anyways, dog, nice meeting you. I'll see you when, when you're older, maybe. Bye-bye. Nice knowing you, big dog. Damn, did I return at a bad time? Someone getting kicked? Not for anything bad. We did ban a dude earlier, though, for not shutting the fuck up about Godzilla. Dude, I love Godzilla. Okay, well, to be clear, I should clarify. It's not that he wasn't shutting the fuck up about Godzilla. It's that he came in and kept asking me to draw Godzilla. That's what he got banned for. I don't care if you like Godzilla. Fuck. King Yoshi, thank you for the follow. The King Yoshi. I want to stop trying. I'm so bad at not making my characters look like evil, you know? Yeah, being real weird and persistent about it too. Just why act like that? It's the fucking internet, dude. It's the way it is, you know? I'm gonna hit the sack. Enjoy the stream, everybody. Alright, peace, Joe. I appreciate you for coming out, big dog. Have a good night. Good luck with your animations. Jadu, sometimes I find it wild that people aren't able to acclimate to the environment they just entered into. Why would you start making demands of their streamer if you don't know what the vibe is for the stream? I'm gonna assume they were like fucking 10, you know? YouTube doesn't have like age restrictions. You could be a 3-year-old watching YouTube. Twitch has a minimum age requirement of like 13. But YouTube Kids is like a thing. And like you could just fucking be a literal toddler on YouTube. So whenever somebody comes in and asks for like some insane shit, or they're like, draw my favorite character from Has Been Hotel or whatever, it's like, they're like 12, you know? That's all it is. But I think from now on, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to basically instantly ban anybody who asks me to draw shit on YouTube. Because I feel like YouTube's been doing that a lot. YouTube Kids is a wasteland, is it? What if he asked to draw Godzilla pregnant? Would you have said yes? I would have probably entertained him a little bit more, that's for sure. That's the trick, dude. If you don't want to get insta-banned, just do the Purgante version. I'm gonna look at my stream settings on YouTube. Give me a sec. Because I set the settings to make it so that, you know, it's only recommended to people over 18. It seems like that's not really working, though. So I'm wondering if that resets every time I reset my stream. Stream settings. Closed caption. Usually replay. I don't think there's no actual way for me to properly check this, is there? Customization. Age restriction. Age restriction. This stream contains paid promotions. You don't generate content. No, blah, 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 blah. Comments. Where's the setting? Yeah, like my thing's set. These are my audience settings. Like, YouTube just kind of fucking sucks at filtering this out. Like, I have it set to this. No, it's not for kids. And then I think there's also another one that is, like, specifically for under the age of 18. Stream language, title. There is one. I don't know. I can't see it right now for whatever reason. Moderation, none. Who can comment? Anyone. Customization. Yeah, whatever. I don't know. It's not important, but there's just not a lot of options on YouTube, you know? Emperor Godzilla is based, is it? I only watch like 4 channels on YouTube, so when they're out of content, I've got nothing to watch. Yeah, you're like me, dude. I watch an insane amount of stuff on YouTube, anime stuff, people making stuff, politics stuff, just an unending well of information, a lot of YouTube video essays as well. I definitely, by default, will probably do that. I just feel like I haven't been doing that as much. Because I've found it... Oh, what have I found? I just have less time these days. I feel like I'm always so busy. Or I feel busy. You know what? I should say I feel busy, because I don't know that I really am busy. I just kind of feel it. I do kind of like the way he simplifies the mouth here. I think my shape needs to be a bit more flat, though. Like, I have... Mine's more of like a D shape. I think it should be a little bit more like... something like that. But then he looks angry again. I don't want him to look angry. I gotta stop making my character look angry. No anger. Snack draws his inner conflict. I feel like I've just gotten into the habit over the years of always drawing like villainous looking characters, you know? It's just sort of what I've been drawn to for a while. But it's not really what I want. I want the ability to draw more diverse stuff. That's sort of my gripe right now. I do really like the way he simplifies the lips though. That's like my biggest struggle is doing like African lips. Like just the larger lips I really struggle with. And this is like a really nice simplification. Like really nice. Fuck. Valkos, thank you for the follow, big dog. Welcome in, welcome in. We got an ad coming up in 2 minutes, guys. Just a warning. See, I'm a good streamer. I catch these things sometimes. Hi, what up, Kakarot? That's a sick name, dude. Hi, hello. Hello. Hello, Kakarot. The nice thing about YouTube, though, that I will say, is we've been getting a lot more traction lately. So I'm clearly doing something right. Okay. I don't hate this face. Also, Boba, did you ever find the name of that artist? I'm gonna make the neck a little bit longer. The eyes are kind of looking two different directions. I'm gonna have to fix that eventually. Nope. Turns out that's the actual name of the artist. Maybe. Hello, Snack. This is the YouTube algorithm speaking. What up, Schween? Schween? What's your art style? This is my art style. These are the characters that I've been drawing. And then when I paint, it looks a little bit more like this. These are all characters I've drawn. Recently, flat has been all the rage, so I made sure to flatline all your shorts. Thank you. Clearly a Twitch chatter. But yeah, you're not wrong, dude. They've been doing me dirty. Yeah, it's the worst when you can't find the source. Mad annoying, there's no crediting. Pinterest is terrible for that, dude. I can never find the fucking artist name. It's just a bunch of people in chat, like, posting their studies of that artist. I'm gonna start drawing on a different layer now. This doesn't feel necessarily like a child, more like a teen. Whatever, it's okay. Close enough. I don't want to make him jacked. I'm making him too jacked. I gotta make him a little bit thinner. I'm so not good at drawing not super muscular dudes. I just don't do it a lot. These are all so cool. Infinity and out of 10. Thank you. Oh my god. That's the greatest compliment anybody's ever given me, dude. Infinity out of 10? Crazy shit, dude. As the saying goes, no hump, no bumps. Yeah, that's what me and your mom say all the time. Teens hit the gym too? That's true, but, you know, you don't have a lot of gym time. Well, I guess you kind of do if you're a soldier. I don't want that sort of, like, I don't want him to look super jacked. Kind of defeats the purpose. For me, anyways. Have you met Sisyphus yet? The guy who carries the boulder up the hill endlessly? I'm familiar. Are you talking about in Hades? Why don't you upload videos of tutorials or anything else? That's a good question, Kakarot. You know what? I do. I post shorts, and I'm going to start doing long-form content. I've only really been doing, like, other types of content beyond live streaming for about a month and a half. So it's coming. It'll happen, for sure. Just not yet. I think that needs to come back in space. I don't know. And I think this elbow needs to come in if I'm gonna have the arm sort of holding a gun, you know? We'll figure that out later. I feel like I should start thinking about clothing designs and stuff. If you want a good model to compare your content strategy to, check out Baban Illustrations. I'll check them out. I've got some inspirations in mind. The question is, how technical do I want to go, you know? I'm working on an anatomy breakdown book. Should I make the muscles muscle colored, or should I color code them so they're more distinct? It really is up to you, I guess. I would just say, you know, you can make them more distinct. It depends on what you want to do stylistically. I consider that YouTube channel as a very good framework. I have never heard of that YouTube channel in my entire life, so that's shocking to me, because I feel like I know all the art YouTubers. Not know them, but I know of their art. You said Baban Illustration? I don't see anything by Baban Illustration. I literally typed their name and nothing popped up. So I don't know if you're just making things up. Oh no, yeah, it did pop up actually. What am I talking about? Okay, I'll check it out. Dude. Sorry, I misspelt it. I think I misspelt Ban instead of Baban. I'll give her a little subscribe, and then I'll check out her content and see what I can glean from it as a little inspo. Okay, let me think of some clothing ideas here. We're gonna do this on another layer. Baban is viral stream slop, is it? Bobameyer, give socials, please. He's just at Bobameyer on everything. Can we get Fur Affinity Boba? This is down to my wheelhouse. This is down to my territory. Bobameyer on Rule 34? No, not yet. Wait for the debut. So does Baban Illustration stream, or do they draw? Like, do they do art tutorials, or do they do lives? Oh, it looks like they stream. I wish YouTube had a raid functionality. Does YouTube have a raid functionality? Before I say that, because I feel like the way I've really benefited the most is from raiding streamers and just sort of making friends that way. Without streaming, it's really difficult to network. You know? What kind of pants they wear? They just wear like jeans and shit, eh? Like capri pants. It's nothing crazy. How long are you going to be streaming for today? Probably 4 hours minimum, maybe 5. We'll see. Around there. Why, you gonna go? You got more anime to go binge? You abandoning me again, Jadu? I think this foot is gonna. I'm gonna have this foot point out. We're gonna have this foot point out. The reason is because I just think it's gonna create a stronger gesture, and I think I'm gonna shift the calf muscle the other way. Oops. Kind of. I'm trying to decide whether I should wait to watch this anatomy tutorial or should I try and watch it in between. It's 2.5 hours long, so even if I watch it at 2 times speed, it'll still take me over an hour to get through it. What's the tutorial about? Do you need 2 hours of tutorial content? I'm not trying to deter you, I'm just curious. It just seems like a long-ass tutorial. Unless it's like a literal walkthrough. It's on hands. I feel like you could just watch Proco, you know? And then you just get exactly what you need. It's kind of tall. It's just the most extremely thorough breakdown of anatomy I've seen. It's on Mark Burnet's course. I got it ages ago, but I never actually finished all the lessons. Ah, I gotcha. I gotcha, Doug. Yeah, well, I mean, then watch it. Whatever. Jesus. Well, it's snack, actually. But how you doing, Damon? Wait, first. Uh-huh. Try again. Next time. Showcase of Baban emotes. I'm starting to see that my chat has a favorite. Hurting my feelings. I'm just playing. This is the first time I've heard of this person? Me too. Apparently we're late to the party, though. I don't like how... Front on my... Where the fuck is my liquefy thing? There it is. Do I want the foot pointing out? Probably. Underrated, honestly. This is looking good, Snack. You're talking about Baban being underrated? Flat is back? Sure is. Obviously, the world is infinite. Nobody can have a good grasp of the scene. That's true. Chat sometimes tells me about shit that they're into, and I'm like, I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about right now. The YouTube audience will never grow at the Twitch speed. We did pretty good earlier. I just end up having to ban half my chatters. just that's what it is on YouTube. The fuck? There's no art category or directory of streamers. Yeah, I don't like YouTube functionality. I think it needs more community building. I would like to see YouTube implement a separate category for lives as well as shorts. I don't like that they mix everything together. It just sort of like fucks you a little bit. I would much rather like they segregate like their regular content, their lives, and their shorts into different tabs. That's what I would really like to see. There's probably, reasons they won't do that. I feel like for them keeping it mixed just sort of gets more viewership and stuff, but I hate how shorts are mixed into everything. I hate how much shorts are part of the meta, but they're terrible for content creators. Everything about shorts I think sucks. Snacks pro segregation, that's right. Content segregation, of course. And also, can we just fucking ban kids, dude? There's so many, I'm just so tired of it. I've done everything on my fucking channel to make sure that I don't get children watching my YouTube lives, and that's all I get. It's annoying. I don't have this issue on Twitch. And Twitch clearly is not as sophisticated as YouTube, so I don't know what the fuck they're doing. I think they just don't care. Okay, I gotta do new layer and start committing to some lines here. We're gonna merge these layers and then I'm gonna copy it and then I'm gonna do an over. We're gonna lock this, get rid of it, reduce the opacity on this, and then we're gonna start doing some cleanup. Why don't they get rid of all the weird fetish content on YouTube Kids? I just don't think the algorithms are sophisticated enough to pick up on stuff. Like, if you see, like, Elsa and Spider-Man kissing or whatever, like, I don't think the algorithm is, like, picking up on that shit. It's just not sophisticated enough. Like, you need, like, a lot more advanced AI being able to identify that stuff. Or it could just straight up be, like, the villainous justification where they just make more money off of it, but... I don't like the nose. There's too much going on here. Elsa and Spider-Man kissing is what a kid and Elsa and Spider-Man doll would do. Yeah, but the issue is it's being curated by adults. That's the issue, right? Like kids, if kids want to like simulate adult shit with like their dolls or whatever, that's one thing. if it's like, you know, adults doing it to sort of, you know, exploit viewership from children, it's a little bit more sinister. Copywriting's getting worse. I haven't run into too many issues. I know if I play like stream music, then I'm fucked. Or like Spotify music, then I'm fucked, but... I saw a video on how Netflix is using copyright strikes to censor criticism of Stranger Things. I think fucking we need to start breaking up these companies, dude. These monopolies are really out of control. Anyways, we don't need to get all corpo about this shit. The topics are a little depressing, so... He's not looking at the camera. I need this guy looking at the camera, dude. If Snack wants viewers, Snack needs to play dirty, do shorts using the stream layout? What are you talking about? What do you mean stream layout? That would not do well on shorts. But what about innovation? If corporations aren't allowed to buy everything and own everything, why would they be incentivized to do stuff? Competition? I don't know if that's a serious question. I think I assume you're being sarcastic. Competition is what drives innovation. It's not monopoly. Definitely being sarcastic. That's what I figured. I was like, huh? I got an idea. I'm gonna do something that I don't stylistically do, but normally. Uh-oh. I fucked up. I just did the entire canvas. Yep. I'm gonna go lighter. I think I need to go a little lighter on that. No, I think it was fine before, actually. You know what it reminds me of? You guys ever seen, whatchamacallit? Oh my god, why can't I remember? The Proud Family? You know those, like, those bullies? They have, like, the fucking blue skin, like, the skin tones and shit? That's what it reminds me of a little bit. Oops. Proud Family's goated? It is. Snack likes living dangerously. Might want to put up a Boondocks reference. I'm living appropriately. It's not supposed to be there. Not by the standards of hyper-conservative Christian parents. That's true. Maybe not by those standards. The fuck? I have work? No! Bye-bye, sweet molasses. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you. Okay. Let's tackle the hair now. This is all on one layer. Okay. So, Snack, is it time for... I don't know, are you about to say do a jiggle? The talk? What's the talk? Make me nervous, Damon. I can never predict what you're gonna say. What did you mean by Sass donating interesting chatters? What I mean is that I find that Sass chatters like Teapot are very interesting. Teapot hasn't been here in a while, but somebody who speaks in third person all the time is just, I don't know, it's like an interesting thing to do. It didn't mean interesting in a negative way. I also feel like the way sometimes you communicate is also very, it's unique. And I like it. Not in a bad way, either. Sometimes I have no idea what you're talking about, I'm gonna be honest. I tell you that all the time, though. But if you took offense by that, don't, okay? Because that's not what I meant. If you put up the quote... Do I hear the slightest hint of Discord? See? I don't know what you mean. Anyways. Anyways. Oh, I was like, why is my fucking line art so weird right now? It's because it's, on the layer below. The Proud Family looks like peak Disney slop. It's not slop, it's just peak. Hey, Snack, what up, Chain? How you doing, big dog? I'm doing good. Hell yeah, dog. How's Canada? You loving it or what? I like it at least for now. For now? You plan to not like it? Is that what you're saying? I just got stuck in the Calgary airport for 2 days. Damn, dog. That's fucking crazy. Because my plane got delayed and WestJet rescheduled it. Yeah, that sounds like Canadian travel. I don't really like the way this is going. Let me pull back. Bro, I keep gleeking all the time, dude. I don't know how to stop myself from gleeking. I'm a fucking gleek machine. Lurking as I'm about to drive to help set up for a baby shower. Have a good stream. Alright, dog. Peace. I appreciate you popping in, Dave. Dave. Dizzy, as always. I'm sure they arranged the hotel room, or am I naive? You're definitely naive, dude. I don't think, like, student travel... Like, maybe if you, like, landed exactly where he was going, but... What the fuck is gleek? It's when you move your tongue in a weird position and you, like, squirt spit out of the bottom of your tongue. It's like a weird, like, thing. I don't know. The way I, like, tilt my head and draw, like, when I'm talking with my head tilted down, I do it a lot more often. I fucking squirt all over my tablet, dude. It sucks. Giggity. Yeah. What? Do you guys not know what gleeking is? Expressing your salivary glands and shooting spit. That's right. I'm in tune with my body. You know, I'm comfortable with my body. Do I do the arm up? I just find it so much more interesting than just having the arm hang down. But you know what? We never do the arm down, so we're gonna do the arm down. I just feel like it really stiffens the pose. Mostly because it doesn't really lead into the face very well. Unless I hide the arm, but then it feels like I'm cheating, you know? It feels weird. I don't know how to handle it. I bet you don't know what Jarl is? I don't. I don't. I know what gleeking is, but then again, I know a lot of things that have zero practical use. It is one of those niche terms you'll never really hear, but... Do you know what the word weenus means? I do. It's the skin of your elbow. And I'm finally not watching your stream at 5 a.m. That must be weird. It must be out of your rhythm, you know? Do you prefer watching me at 5 a.m. or at 2 p.m.? This is what it feels like for me when I'm streaming. Now you know. Now I think it's the same time as you, almost 4 p.m. It's almost 3 p.m., so you're an hour behind, or ahead, I guess. Still not quite in my time zone. Not quite my tempo. Not quite my tempo. Fuck. Plinio Riveretto, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. You're one step closer to doxing him? I mean, my time zone's pretty transparent. I don't think I've ever, like, hidden my time zone. Snack was not careful. All illusions of a hulking Aryan blonde Snack shattered by the Lebanese comment. Snack is definitely Moroccan. Snack lives in Romania. We're buddies. What am I, fucking Luigi Mangione, dude? Everybody's got an alibi for me? Well, I respect it, dude. Good to know. I don't really know how to draw a gun. It looks like they rest it sort of here. Maybe Snack should move to Taiwan instead of me coming to Canada? That would be weird. I don't think my boss would like that very much. The temperature and humidity would probably kill him. It gets pretty freaking humid in Canada, I'm not gonna lie, dude. I know, like, I always hear Japanese people talk about how humid it gets. Canadian weather is no joke. It's pretty brutal. You get kind of a little bit of everything. I'm just gonna straight up steal this gun here. At least the general, like, silhouette of it. Honestly, you should visit Taiwan at some point. I mean, it sounds cool. Nah, if porno smut placed in Quebec is accurate, Snack gets eternal winter and nothing else. Dude, what does porn have to do with that? Snack Asia tour? Like it wouldn't even be IRL streams. It would just be me doing the same shit in different like countries. You wouldn't even know. You can make your little PNG tuber have a different stereotype for each country. You guys are making my travel sound way more expensive than it needs to be. You think I can afford more commissions on my PNG tuber? To make him racist? Like, what the fuck? What costs more, a plane hotel, a plane and hostel, or the commission? 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 What do you mean a commission? I don't do commissions. I don't even have a price rate. The fuck? Oh, shit. I think they're asking you to pay for a commission to receive one. Oh, like do a trade with Boba? I don't know. That seems like a lot more work. Doing a whole new animation model, it's a lot of work, you know? I'd have to give him several commissions. I also just don't, like, I'm not interested in super, like, upgrading my PNG tuber just yet. I think if I did anything, the next model is going to be a 3D model. Then the Taiwan might just be a rat run over by a car. Yeah, that would go well for me. Now Boba has to learn 3D. I DM'd an artist to see if they would do like a 3D model of my character, and they never answered me. I can't get a fucking artist on the internet to answer me, dude, when I ask them for commissions. Literally, I get ignored by everybody. It drives me crazy. I feel like artists just don't like treat things very professionally. No offense to a lot of artists. It has been a very big frustration of mine to like DM commission or DM artists and just get zero fucking response back. I feel like I respond to pretty much everybody. Maybe I'm tripping though. Unless it's like obvious spam. I feel like a cockroach on his tablet would be more accurate. Damn, you guys are not painting a pretty picture of Taiwan, dude. Kasem? What the hell? Yo, Kasem. Oh, shit. Dude, I gotta show you something. Every drawing I've done is with your brush, dog. Let me give you a little example. This girl I drew with your Kasem soft sketcher. I'll show you the line art, assuming you're still around. Might have just followed real quick, but... No way, for real? Maybe. I love your brush, if you're listening to me. I don't know if you are. Snack should consider taking a few commissions to hone the internal sense to judge the price range. I don't want to do commissions. I like not doing commissions, you know? Where the hell's my freaking... I got too many layers open, dude. Give me a second here. Can I ban him real quick? He lied and said I like feet in one of his YouTube videos. No. No banning. No banning people that haven't committed crimes. Liking feet isn't a crime, sadly. Maybe one day, but... For now, it's legal. What the hell is this stupid layer? Oh, shit. What up, Kasem? How you doing, big dog? How's it going, homie? I was lurking in your stream earlier when right before you were talking about delaying your stream for the YouTube chat or whatever and yapping. What'd you get up to today, big dog? What'd you get up to today? I know you were doing your little boot camp. That's crazy. We raided a lurker. Hello? Yeah, you did. You raided a lurker. Ban Jadu, that guy's sus. I can't. He's a mod, dude. This freaking guy's unbannable. The silver lining, Kasem, because he's a mod, he can never get VIP, okay? So we win a little bit. You gotta take your wins where you can. But thank you for the raid, dog. How you doing? I need to go eat food, but hope you have a good stream. And no worries, dog. Do your thing. I appreciate the raid. I was gonna show you some work that I've done with your brush, because I do shout out your brush a lot. The Kasem soft sketcher in particular. Can I get VIP to spite him? Ooh, I don't know. Am I that we live in a capitalist society. Here we purchase the VIPs for 100,000 channel points. Do I want to become an oligarchy or do we want to keep it capitalist? I don't know. I didn't know that was a condition. Oh wait, let me give you my new CSP brushes. No. I dig your soft sketcher. I did this girl with your soft sketcher. I'll show you the line art. I know you got a dip. I'll take 5 seconds. I do just want to flex a little bit how much I love your brush. I just got to find the fucking layer. Give me a second here. It's in this folder. I swear to God, it's called line. It's one of these. It's not this line layer. Shit. Oh, there it is. Okay, let's copy this. Yeah, dude, I dig this the Kasem soft sketcher. I really like the brush. You get this nice like pencil feel to it. Anyways, dude, you can dip. I'm not gonna hold you up. I appreciate you raiding me, and I'll catch you when I catch you, dude. But yeah, everybody who doesn't know Kasem, go check him out. He's a fantastic streamer here on Twitch, and he also does a lot of educational content similar to like me. But just a lot more prepared and a lot less grassroots, I guess. Yeah, I'll be around for sure. Hell yeah, dog. Well, don't let me hold you, all right? Do your thing. And while you're doing your thing, I'm gonna be chatting to your audience and letting them know a little bit about what I do. And then I'll thank everybody for the follows. Educational, you heard me. I don't stutter that often, but I do stutter sometimes. But yeah, dude, I draw stuff like this, you know, sometimes I paint like this. Right now we're doing different warrior type people. I already follow you. Hell yeah, dog. And another thing we do here on the channel is we do viewer critiques. So a lot of the time people can submit their art in my Discord on the critiques channel and they can get a little feedback from me live on stream. It's really mood dependent. It's not like a regular thing. It's basically, you know, depending on how down I am to do critiques in that moment. But yeah. Thank you for the raid. Ads? Oh no. Fuck. Oh shit. I gotta find the layer I'm drawing on right now. Gas, he speaks French? Yeah, I'm Canadian. French Canadian, specifically. My background is in Canadian animation. And so, we speak a little bit of French. And by a little bit, I mean I'm French. I am a little rusty, though, I won't lie. Alright. I'll do the speak French in a bit, Jadu. I'm just gonna wait. Normally, I don't do redeems directly when we get rated, just because, you know, I don't wanna misrepresent what the vibe is about on stream. So I will remember your redeem, dude, and I will do that. I'm just gonna go through the list of people following me, because we got a bazillion people following me off of Kasem's raid. So what do we got? We got Tanak Thierry, thank you for the follow. Siren Knight Sparrow, nice alliteration, thank you for the follow. Anouk Florence, Zenotos, Kayla Draws, MJ Spicy Arts, Seville Smash, 69. I'm not going to read the other numbers because 69 just works better. Oh, we got the 420 too. Very nice. Kasem, thank you for the follow. Plinio Rivera, dude. I'm just, thank you for the follow. I'm not even going to, I fucked that one up. Lego Bimbo, Lego Bimbo. Thank you for the follow. I'm sorry, I just fucked up your name. Alright. Now we got a couple redeems I gotta honor, okay? The first one, and the most important redeem, is do a jiggle. And chat, you know what? It do jiggle. It be jiggling. It be jiggling. It jiggle. And then the second redeem is talk French for a minute. Donc, je vais vous parler en français pour une minute. Il est 3h10 en ce moment. On va continuer jusqu'à 3h11. 3h10 et 20 secondes, 28 secondes pour être exact. J'ai pas grand chose à dire, il y a pas trop de sujets à explorer quand je vous parle en français. D'habitude ça l'aide si quelqu'un me parle en français aussi. Mais à part de ça, je m'appelle Snack, j'aime dessiner des caractères de tout genre. En ce moment on fait des caractères des périodes spécifiques comme le Moyen-Âge ou je sais pas, comme le règne de la reine Victoria, des affaires de même. Puis ouais, c'est tout. En ce moment, on est en train de dessiner avec... on fait un tout petit peu de line art. Et ouais, c'est ça. C'est ça vraiment. Il n'y a pas grand chose à dire à part de ça. Il me reste 15 secondes de parler en français. Après ça, on retourne puis on va continuer à parler en anglais. J'apprécie tout le monde qui est en train de nous rejoindre pour le stream aujourd'hui. And that's it, dude. And now we're back to English. Damn ads. Damn ads indeed. You guys are still watching ads, huh? There shouldn't be any ads right now. What are those boobas on your PNG tuber? How the fuck did I not see them? Lego Bimbo, you're not the only bimbo around here, alright? Just saying. Necromancer Knights, I'm back. Hell yeah. That was painful. Not for my bank account. But yeah, dude, so today we've been drawing basically a bunch of characters from the different time periods. We got some Han Chinese over here on the left of the screen. We've got some Victorians, some pirates. Now we're doing child soldiers. We've done some anime babes. Kind of all over the place on this canvas. And yes, are those boobs, they're not a main thing. Lose the glasses? Alright, check it. We're gonna lose the glasses here. The boobs go with the glasses, though. I won't lie. You can't have one without the other, unfortunately. I'm trying to remember what my command is for the glasses. I think it's this. I always forget. Is it this? I think it's this. What am I doing? No, that gets rid of the glasses, but that doesn't do the funny face. We want the funny face. There you go. Gotta hoard those points. That's right. My chat doesn't know how to be sort of moderate with their point spending. They spend points like crazy, dude. It's out of control, honestly. But yeah, how you guys doing? How was Kasem's stream? I know he had to dip because he's a hungry boy. I gotta get 15k? No. No, please God, no. Wait till we start gambling? No, you can't gamble, dude. That's cheating. Siren threatening me with the ASMR, bro. Why you not in Kick? Like on Kick? Streaming on Kick? I stopped streaming on Kick because I didn't get any traction. I basically streamed on Kick for like a solid year. I got no viewership at all. I got like the occasional person who would just come in and threaten me, which was fun and whatever. You know, that's the internet. It's a fun little bit, but if that's all you get, it gets kind of lame after a while. So I just sort of stopped streaming on Kick. Not that I don't like arguing with people, but it just wasn't really worth the bandwidth. I do multi-stream to YouTube though, so I am on YouTube right now. Last time I was there, your stream acted weird. That's not out of character for my stream, dude. My stream always acts weird. But yeah. I don't really have a whole lot to say right now. We were in the middle of hyper-focusing. We were kind of like in our grind mode. I get very quiet when I'm in grind mode. Normally I yap, but it really comes down to what people want to yap about, you know? I am curious though, Necro. What were they talking about last time you were in Kick? You were streaming, but all I saw was the paper wall. All I saw was the paper wall. Not sure what you mean by that. Right now, I'm trying to get a good, strong gesture in this character. His pose to me feels a little odd. It's not hitting the way I want it to. Like the background of Kick. Your stream, but all I saw was the paper wall, like the background of Kick. I really am not sure what you're talking about, dude. I've never had a paper background on any drawing I've ever done, so... What did you guys cover today in Kasim's boot camp? Was there a specific topic? I had to dip because I started streaming at like noon, so I didn't really catch the meat and potatoes of the stream, but like when the stream's over, it shows the empty space. Huh. I don't know. I know I don't usually hang around after stream, you know, so I dipped when you started streaming, so I don't know. Base, dude, but I won't tell Kasim, don't worry. It's our little secret. Kasim was drawing Anatomy of Animals, and he was talking about Stranger Things. Neither things I'm familiar with. I'm terrible at drawing animals, dude. I should have hung around. Actually, I'm gonna have this belt just sort of go underneath the jacket. He was teaching how to draw horses. Says the mouse. I didn't make the mouse. And bison. Quadrupeds are tough. Animating quadruped walk cycles is even tougher, dude. It's basically animating two different offsetting walk cycles. It's brutal. Whenever I had to do like a dog animation in studio, it fucking sucked. It was so bad. Why don't you show the new guys your animation? Okay. Alright, guys, we'll check. I do animate. I do have a background in Canadian animation. Granted, I worked in rigged animation, but I do some hand-drawn stuff. Let's take a little peeky poo real quick. Let's see what we got here. It's gonna probably be very, very laggy because I haven't played this in a while. Oh, never mind. pretty smooth. Okay, maybe not so smooth. It's a little laggy. It's just a little loop of a guy running. Yes, you have to study reference from videos of horses and running. Oh, horses running. Yeah, no, dude. But yeah, so that's it. Now you know my full scope of ability. I draw and animate, but I don't do horses or animals. I'm terrible at it. Don't ask me to do it. It's gonna be mid. Yo, love the music. Very much my vibes. Thank you, Tanak. I appreciate it, big dog. I literally just put on a random Spotify music that's basically like sorted off of like my personal preferences, I guess. How many channel points for the horse? We're not doing a horse. You know what? I'll give you a little horse here. Here you go. Isn't he beautiful? I underestimated you with that animation clip? Thanks, dog. What do you mean you underestimated me? What? You think lesser of me, Necro? I thought we were close, dude. I thought you were one of my chatters. I'm just kidding, dog. Don't worry. Freed Wyvern, thank you for the follow. I'm gonna give this guy shorts, I think. If I were a soldier, I would probably want to wear shorts. I thought you were a character designer. No, I wasn't a character designer. I actually just sort of draw characters for fun, but I did, I was an animator when I worked in studio. He's so awesome! Thanks, dog. The horse, you mean? Sorry, I'm writing a screenplay right now. Well, don't let me stop you, dog. Get to work! Oh shit, I'm drawing on the wrong layer right now. Is this the right... Yeah, this is the right layer. And that's that layer? Okay. Do you guys like to draw, character design, animate? What type of stuff are you into? I know Kasem does a little bit of everything. I think he does storyboards primarily, though, right? That's like his bread and butter? I'm terrible at storyboarding. Nah, he's a character designer, dude. Oh. I think he's a character designer as bread and butter. He teaches basic stuff. I see. Gotcha. My bad. Fake fan, dude. I'm a fake fan. Laxus, thank you for the follow. I mostly go to a stream for character design and how to draw heads and stuff. Oh, gotcha. I gotta work on a head tutorial, bro. Heads are tough. I gotta figure out what layer I drew this line on. Ah, that's why. I don't want it to be on this layer. I don't want anything on this layer. I should really lock this layer, to be honest. There you go. And now back to my layer. There we go, this one. Yeah, heads are tough, dude. I think the way I think about heads is just more or less whether it's an up tilt or down tilt or like neutral head, and then I go from there. Dude, since when are you best buds with Kasem? I didn't know you were famous like that. I'm definitely not. I just got a coincidental raid from Kasem on Twitch, but I'm not best buds with him, unfortunately. Maybe one day, you know? Kasem has his own animation studio. He's making his own show. I'm aware of that. I know he would. It's what, Glass Arrow. That's what it's called. He's looking for animators. Well, hey, your boy here. I'm cheap labor, dude. Oh, okay. That's still crazy though. Yeah. Hey, get in on that. Maybe. You didn't tell me you and Kasem are brothers? Twins, dude, at birth. Same mom and everything. You'd be perfect. Does he have an ad up? Maybe I'll submit something. I don't really have a strong portfolio right now, though. All of my background is in rigged animation, so I don't have a lot of hand-drawn stuff. This and like a few other things are more or less the only hand-drawn things I've done. Well, that's not true, actually. I have a bunch of stuff I've done, but generally speaking, I just don't have a lot to submit as a portfolio. And guys, while you're on that, I'm gonna let this loop, and I gotta take a piss. I'll be right back. All right, give me 2 seconds. All right, we're back. What'd I miss? Go piss, girl. Thank you. Okay, back to doing our little drawing here. Let's stop this for a second. My hands are still wet. Concerned Weeble, thank you for the follow. Sick clip. Thank you. I'm trying to think of other examples I have of animation. Let me see if I can find any other examples. Everything I have is like half done. You know, that's the issue. I never like finish my shit. I always just like move on to something else. What do we got? Yeah, I don't really have a whole lot to show. Here's I guess like a half baked animation. Spoken like a true artist. Yeah, I know. Here's one. What else? I've got some like run shit that I never finished. They're all just like frameworks of things, you know? I think there's this one too, I guess. That's it. Well, I mean, I've got some other stuff too, but so far I have a different angle of a run cycle, but not like that. Absolutely fire figures and work. Thanks, AFR. How you doing, big dog? I do really like the way you do dynamic movement. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Can you show me? Can you show them on stream, please? Okay, sure. Let me pull them up. I gotta share them to myself. Let me do that. Give me a sec. I'll pull them up on stream, okay? I'm just gonna dump them all into my Discord, and then I'll share them from there. We'll pull them up from there. All right. That way everybody can see without having to click links. Give me a second here. Okay, and then what do we got? We got this one. What is this? There we go. Let me switch over to the Discord now real quick. For anyone who wants to join, yeah. Let me make sure I'm looking at the right thing. Okay, here's the Discord. Here's the animation. So this is my half-baked walk cycle. I did this in Toon Boom Harmony. It's not done. I still have to do the legs, but, you know, a little walk cycle. I have a run cycle. Again, never finished it. Just kind of roughed it in. And then I've got just a little... I did this in like 3 hours on stream. I just wanted to illustrate to chat sort of how you can get the feeling of speed and dynamicism. So yeah, a little bit of stuff like that. That's it. I mean, I've got some other stuff, but that's all I've really got worth sharing, I guess. Now I gotta get rid of my Discord view. There we go. Animation intimidates me. I better lock in. Animation, you know what I would say? My advice to people who want to be animators is to really focus on getting your draftsmanship up, because it's a lot easier to pick up on animation, in my opinion, than it is to pick up on draftsmanship. And by draftsmanship, I just mean general drawing ability, right? I think it's pretty easy. Well, it's not easy, but it's easier to become a skilled animator once you have a strong foundation of drawing than it is to do it the other way around. If you jump into animation with no drawing ability, it's difficult because you're both limiting your ability to animate because you don't know perspective or anatomy or and all that shit, and you're sort of, you know, you're not going to be able to create many appealing designs. And so you're gonna want to put your focus or all of your chips to start in drawing if you want to really get good at animation. It really takes that first. Uzali, thank you for the follow. AFR, thank you for the follow. I think I'll stick to illustration. Animation's a lot of work with little reward. Yeah, it depends. I mean, I left the animation industry for a reason, right? I think the animation industry is a fickle bitch. There's not a lot of stability in it, and I think that's sort of like the big issue when it comes to working in animation. That being said, at this point in my life, I am sort of looking to sort of rejoin the animation industry. This animation that we did on the other tab here that I was showing you guys earlier was sort of me trying to build up a little a little thing that I could sort of pitch around to people. We never finished it, but you know, that's the plan anyways. 60 frames for 1 second. It's 24 for a second. So and that's basically like 12 drawings. 60 frames would be like if you're doing, I don't know, I guess that would be like a little different, but I don't know, I love animation. I love animation too. Sunil, thank you for the follow. It's the issue with animation is not like being it's not doing the animation. It's just the industry as a whole and the way it operates, you know? Pilot GSPL, thank you for the follow. Jerry's alcoholic cousin Gerald. I'm gay. What up, I'm gay? How you doing? With people's attention span, now's the time to do short animations and music videos. Yeah, the issue is, I think the way I want to animate, I don't have like a style that really caters super well to doing simple animations. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have like like my style is like relatively detailed, and I feel like translating that to short clips is a lot of effort, right? Lately, I've been doing shorts on Instagram and YouTube and stuff like that, like tutorial type content, and that's probably what I'm going to focus on just because it's, first of all, I could talk about art and how to learn art and how to improve in art forever, right? That's sort of that's a strong interest of mine. Whereas, you know, doing animation, it really just comes down to the bang for your buck, right? The amount of effort I need to put in for the amount of value I get out of it. Have you seen Spare Me Great Lords opening? I haven't. You know what's funny? I don't watch a lot of anime. I used to, for years. I was a big weeb back in the day. But I just haven't, I haven't consumed a lot of animation in a while, right? But actually, that's not true. I've seen all of Chainsaw Man and I watched the movies, but it's beautiful. You need to see it. What's it about? I've been watching a lot of anime while writing. That's the way to do it, dude. Taking inspiration from things and stuff. Shovik over on YouTube says, seeing something in your style animated would be amazing, though. Yeah, I think it'd be cool. It'd be time-consuming, though. You know, I would like to one day work on more animation stuff. My goal this year, originally my goal for this year, my goals have changed a lot, and I think that's sort of, I try to not beat myself up for switching my goals around, because I think so long as I'm progressing in the right direction, generally speaking, I don't get too mad if I get bored of one thing and move on to another one. I think diversity is pretty good in like a skill set. That being said, my goal originally was to sort of pad myself with an animation portfolio and try to get back into working into hand-drawn animation. I don't really want to work in rigged animation that much anymore, but hand-drawn animation is something that definitely interests me in terms of getting back into. But yeah. Don't even worry about the show, just the opening. I'm going to study dance clips. Hopefully it won't be so daunting, but really put it into perspective with that input reward comment before. That's kind of my opinion. Is like YouTube is not kind to the art niche in general. There's not a lot of value in art niche, like to YouTube advertisers, I would say. So there's not a lot of money in being an art YouTuber, and there's also not a lot of viewership that gets funneled to art YouTubers versus other categories. And it's unfortunate because I think they're some of the most skilled people on the platform, but the algorithm just doesn't really reward art. And so AFR, what I'm basically saying, I'm not saying don't do animation. I'm saying if your goal is to grow as a content creator, animation may be a more difficult path to take, and that's just something to realize. Doesn't mean you shouldn't do it, right? I think if you can find a way to streamline it and find a formula that works for you, more power to you. I'm just saying it's a little bit more difficult to sort of expand your reach with that stuff. Tutorial content for me is pretty easy just because it's something I know. It's stuff I could talk about forever, but I don't even worry about the show. It's just the opening. Yeah, I've also been trying to learn Blender. Blender seems really good for like storyboarding and stuff, you know? Thanks, Cats. I did a full comic for someone and they scorched the project after a minor tiff and ego trip. Damn, dude. I feel like you kind of got to take your mind out of it a little bit, and I think so long as like you're getting paid, whatever, you know, if they don't want to use your work, that's fine. There were like when I worked in animation, I constantly got revisions from my supervisor, all that stuff. So you just kind of get used to getting the critiques. Now having your whole project scrapped that's a different story, right? But YouTube's been giving me a hard time with the animation. Yeah, I feel that, dude. Minus even has a Colosso class. Colosso classes are pretty good. I've taken some. You need to learn how to plug harder. Plug the YouTube plug, the TikTok plug, etc. You talking about me right now? The thing is, guys, I have this mental barrier towards self-promotion. There are certain things I don't mind promoting because I think they give people a lot of value. Like my Discord and the critique channel in the Discord and all that stuff. I find like that provides a lot of value to people. My YouTube shorts right now, I think are pretty good resources for certain things. I'm not a big marketer, dude. I'm an artist, like through and through, and it's hard to like promote myself. I don't like that side of the biz, you know, but I gotta get used to it, and I gotta start playing the game a little bit better, I think. I want to combine 2D with 3D together on Blender. Hell yeah, dude. These are facts, and promo's my toughest challenge yet. Alright, well, in the spirit of self-promotion, I do have a YouTube. If you guys want to go follow me on YouTube, you're more than welcome to. I post shorts right now on a weekly basis. I do also stream Friday, Saturday, and Sunday on YouTube and on Twitch. Here's my YouTube. Do your thing, chat. If you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't, you know? Nick Hart, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I get that, though. I like promoting others instead of promoting myself on the stuff. It's weird. I think my philosophy on content creation in general, and I get we're getting into Yap territory, right? Which is totally fine. Latvian Sunshine, thank you for the follow. My philosophy on content creation is that I feel like if you produce value, you'll just grow in viewership. You know, people will recognize it. People aren't stupid. Your audience isn't stupid. They'll know when you're doing something well, and they'll know when you're doing something wrong. And so long as you can maintain more high value content than low value content or just wasteful content, you know, you'll just grow naturally. Now, that being said, there are limits to that. Twitch isn't exactly the greatest platform for growth. Outside of networking, like raids, or, you know, getting involved with, like, community projects and stuff like that, it's difficult to grow on Twitch. You kind of need to supplement Twitch growth with external stuff like shorts or reels or whatever. But that being said, you know, I think so long as you focus on the value and producing the highest quality stuff you can, you'll do well in whatever you do. And this doesn't apply to just art. It applies to everything, you know? I don't really like the direction this character is going. I don't know how to improve it. I think it needs to be a little bit larger, but... I like Kick, but I hate the bot ads. The issue with Kick is that there's no actual art community. There's, like, basically, like, 5 art streamers on Kick, because no artist really goes to Kick. It's just a very different group of people on Kick. And because of that, a lot of the interactions you get on Kick aren't, like, the most awesome. That being said, I've had tons of great people on Kick that have come to my channel and become, like, long-term viewers here on Twitch. But Kick as a platform on its own, like, I would never stream to Kick alone. I would always stream to Twitch and Kick as, like, a side thing. But I also think that with art being such a time-consuming process, it's hard to keep up with algorithmic content production that requires you to upload every day or every week. I will say, I am struggling to keep up with the fucking weekly shorts upload. Like, I had to get rid of my Monday streams because I was just too tired to work my full-time job, to stream on the weekend, or stream Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, and then to do shorts on top of that. It was a lot, you know? So I got rid of the Monday stream, and that clears me up a little bit mentally to work on some other stuff, right? So I've been doing a little bit more short stuff, and we'll get another one going, like soon. But yeah. So it's just about managing things. I know some artists on Kick. Oh yeah, there's artists on Kick for sure. I'm just saying the community's not very big. And the viewership on Kick doesn't really value art the same way that Twitch does. Fuck. Patty, thank you for the follow. Being on Kick makes me feel like I'm streaming out of space. Why does it make you feel like you're streaming out of space? Nobody comes to watch me stream. I can play any copyrighted music. You can do that on Spot or on Twitch. You just have to filter out your VODs so that they don't like save the same audio track. I mean, we're listening to copyrighted music right now, you know? Anyways. All that to say, if you guys have any links to any of, like, Kasem's project animation, like, callouts or whatever, let me know. Maybe I will apply. We'll see. I wouldn't mind working on some animation stuff these days. It might just be like a DM or email type deal. I feel weird doing that. That seems like not the most professional thing to me. But I don't really know how it works online these days. I've never actually worked in a hand-drawn animation studio, so. Recreative Arts, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Follow little old me. She. Right now, I'm just kind of doing heads. I'm in chill mode where I just want to sort of explore random stuff. I'm kind of struggling with that soldier kid, so. Convo's so helpful. Thanks. No worries, dude. If you have any questions. Also, if any of you guys have questions about anything, art, general stuff, let me know, dude. I just love yapping. I don't have a portfolio or CV to work for Japan. Oh, I would not want to work in Japan. Japan does not pay very well for animation. Rev Scribbles, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. His jaw's a little big, huh? Let's tone down his jaw a little bit. I gotta move the ear over. Any advice on drawing hair? Yeah, so when you want to draw hair, there's genuinely like two things that I keep in mind, okay? Large, medium, and small shapes. So let's just take this character. I don't know. Let's take this guy. Let's erase out whatever. We'll take this girl and we'll draw some hair on her. So if I'm drawing hair on her, I'm thinking of large, medium, and small shapes. So a large piece, small piece, and medium piece. You don't need to do it specifically that way, but having a variety of large, medium, and small is going to help create appeal in your hair design. So I'm just gonna draw a quick little head here, and then we'll give it hair. Head. Okay, we got somewhat of a head here real quick. Okay, nothing too fancy, just something that we can go off of. Okay, I'm gonna do a new layer. If I want to give this guy hair, I'm basically thinking of shape, large, medium, and small, and sections, okay? So, let's say I do one piece here. Maybe I'll do another small one here, right? Now we've got a large piece. Look at the size of this chunk here, right? Versus this chunk here. Large and small. Maybe I'll do a medium one here, or an even larger one, depending on what I want to do, you know? What I'm doing is I'm thinking of it in ribbons, essentially. Giving happy little head. What up, Steve? How you doing, big dog? I'm thinking of it in ribbons. So you want to section out your hair into manageable chunks. You don't want to overdo too much. So you could do large, medium, and small chunks, and then break it out into sections. And then the other thing you want to do is you want to follow the contour of the skull. So the skull has this sort of rounded form. And you want to make sure, because your hair is following gravity, it's going to conform to the roundness of the skull. Those are the big things. So it really is large, medium, small. So LMS. Okay. Sectioning out, creating sections, meaning breaking down complexity, right? So not doing overly complex hair. Like, you don't go from nothing into, you know, like the crazy anime hair with all these ribbons and all this stuff shooting all over the place and all these detailed fine lines all over the place. You don't jump into that immediately. You break it out, simplify it into chunks, right? You could do one piece here and then another little piece here. One piece, I said it, you know? Crazy complex hair is what I want. I know that's what you want. But what I'm saying is, to get to that end result doesn't start off crazy complex. Typically, what they do is they're breaking it out into simple pieces, and then they add layers of complexity on top of that if you want. Now, there are some artists who are more advanced, and they could just jump into the crazy shit right off the bat, right? But generally speaking, if your goal is to get to that level where you can do that, you want to sort of think about it in a step-focused way. And what I'm saying is, step one is start with your ribbon of hair, and then combine that with another ribbon of hair of a different size, right? And it could be large, medium, and small, which is the basics. And then from there, you want to make sure that it forms around whatever shape it's sitting on top of. And then you want to add your detailing and your complexity from there. And even when you do draw those, you never stop simplifying first, would you say? I like how I'm big dog in this stream. It makes me feel cool. Yeah, you're big dog. Don't worry. You're big dog. And even when you do draw those, you never stop simplifying. General, specific, simple, complex. Exactly. Yeah. Pretty much, right? Like, when I'm starting with clothing, let's say, I'm not going to necessarily just jump into doing complex clothing designs. I'll probably do, like, big, simple shapes, right? Like, these like, I mean, this guy's, like, half done or whatever. But these giant, like, shoulder pieces here, they just start off as, like, a simple box, right? Or, like, a simple form. And then from there, I'm like, you know what, maybe I want to add some detailing. And then I'm going in here, taking my time, thinking about the details I want to add and all that stuff, patterns and elements I want to add. And so by the end of it, it looks really complicated, but it's not really. It's just sort of, you know, starting with something basic and refining from there and iterating in small little chunks. And the more you do that, the more you can visualize the complexity ahead of time and the clearer the path becomes. But before you have any experience doing all that stuff, you really have to break things down into sort of simple steps. You don't want to jump ahead and you don't want to try and do everything at once. That would be my advice. Maybe you have, like, some savant brain that can do all that stuff. I'm just giving you the advice that I have experienced, you know, and the way that I approach things. That's it, really. Big strokes first, little strokes last. That's what she said. Sorry, I was holding it in. I was like, I can't say it, but, you know, you're you know, it was building inside of me. I'll be Big Dog, you'll be Little Cat, we'll be the best buddies and moonlight as a rap duo. I'll be Mid Parrot. Chat, you guys can be whatever you want. There's no limits. Well, there are some. Let's keep it. There are some limits, you know. But yeah, so in terms of tackling hair, dude, like I said, if you've got like a base skull, what you want to do is you want to just think of chunks. So maybe I want to do the bangs first as like, section off the bangs, large, medium, small, whatever. Maybe add a little small piece here. Then maybe I want to do the side of the hair. Then maybe I want to do an outer form. Then maybe another thing here, And you're sort of adding layers and layers. And now I'm like, okay, maybe I want actually to show like the root of the hair. So I'm gonna add some detailing in here. But I'm not just going into it right off the bat. I've got a form to work with here. And now I'm like, okay, well maybe I want this hair to have a little bit more sectioning going on. Maybe I want it to break up a little bit more. Maybe I want this to have this sort of craggly edge there or whatever. And then you build and build and build and build. It doesn't come out of nowhere. Steve, you streaming today? Were you streaming today? We got a raid from Kasem earlier, so there's a lot more people here than I'm used to. I'm not complaining. I'm usually a 30 viewer Andy, so this is quite the difference to me. You know what? I'll flesh this out a little bit. I haven't drawn a lady in a bit. Ooh, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I'm gonna clear out the bangs here, just because I want to work on the face a little bit. Hello, fellow mouse. How are we doing on this fine afternoon? Hello, Mice Squeak over on YouTube. I'm doing good, Doug. I'm doing good. We're chilling, streaming, drawing, doing a set of warriors here. We were doing this kid earlier this morning, and then I've kind of moved on. I'll probably work on him off stream, just because I feel like I need to focus a little bit on the details that I'm not super comfortable drawing. Things like bullet belts and, stuff like that. Just elements that I need to have a little bit more cognitive bandwidth to tackle. Things like three-quarter heads and stuff I've done probably a gazillion times at this point, so I could bang those out. Probably blindfolded. Part of me does wonder what it would look like if I just closed my eyes and did it. Anyways. And yes, chat, we are multi-streaming to Twitch and YouTube, so if you hear me talking, I'm not having a schizophrenic episode. There are other people listening. Turns out we aren't real. You're all figments of my imagination. It would make streaming a lot easier if I thought you guys were all just in my head, you know? Then I'd have no limits on what I would say. Because I wouldn't be afraid of hurting people, because I'm just hurting myself. But I'm such a gentle streamer, you know? I don't want to offend anybody. Car snack? When doing eyes, are they always upturned? I've been playing around with downturned and neutral alignment eyes. No, that's not true. Yeah, you could do both. If you look at this guy, his eyes are technically downturned, right? Like, look, they've got a downturned slanted angle, like this, and then it sort of comes up like that, right? So it just depends on the character, and it also depends on the head angle. So if you're tackling Feeble Peach, thank you for the follow. If you're tackling a head that's tilted upwards, the angle of the eyes is going to change. So the eyes are basically the two lids on top of an eyeball. So if this is the eyeball here, right? And then I add an eyelid on top of that, it's going to conform to this ball, right? And it's got a thickness to it, so it's going to stick out a little bit. And this is sort of like at a neutral angle. Now, if I were to draw the eye going upwards, it also has to conform to this ball, but the ball is now turned upwards. So you're going to get more of a curvature up here, a stronger curvature, right, if I'm drawing the eye up here. And the bottom lid, instead of being curved down, is now going to be curved up. Because it's conforming to the ball of the eye, right? And then if you're doing an eyeball from the bottom, well, you're going to downturn the top lid now. So in a neutral position, both curves of the top lid and the bottom lid typically oppose each other. There's stylistic differences to this, but generally speaking... Do you mean orientation and perspective, or do you mean eye shape in general? Orientation. You can vary up the eye shape, absolutely. Like, there's no right or wrong answer in terms of, like, whether you have, like, down-tilted eyelids, or, you know, the corners of the eyes are lower than the tear duct. You can play around with that to your heart's content. I'm just giving you general rules that I think about when I'm drawing the way that I draw stylistically. And generally speaking, when the eye is neutral, I typically have the curves sort of just, like, oppose each other. Right? I try and offset the apexes of the curve. So if the apex on this top lid, apex just meaning the highest point on the curve. If the apex is here on this eyelid, I'll probably shift my bottom apex over here, just so that there's a little bit more visual appeal. And then I'll add my iris in here. Now if I'm doing this eye from the top, would a downturned eye look any different from the side? I gotta think about that. I don't draw downturned eyes a whole lot, so I'm gonna hesitate to give some feedback on this one. Let me think about it. I'll finish the explanation I was giving here, and then I'll talk about it. When I think about doing a head that's turned upwards, like I said, I flip the bottom eyelid upwards, right? And I make the curvatures a little bit more extreme for the top lid. You can add like a thickness to the top lid depending on how upturned it is. And then the opposite is true when the eyelid is facing downward. So I flip the top lid. So if it's an extreme downward angle, this is usually how I'll approach it. Now, that's not to say you have to do it this way. Okay, this is just sort of how I do things. Right. Now, with a downturned eye, how would that work if the head's upwards? Let me try it. Thanks, buddy. Thank you for the follow. Fuck. Let's do a downturned eye here. So the corner of the eye is going to be higher than the bottom of the eye. Just give her an eyebrow. Add a little thickness to the lid here. I'm going a little excessively detailed for an explanation. How would I handle this if it were flipped upwards? Let me try it. I'm going to do an upturned head here. We're going to do the Frieren angle. and just see what I could do here. I kind of have to draw it to, like, explain it sometimes. So if I want the eyes downturned, I think the principle still sort of applies, you know? Like, the bottom lid is still going to be inversed, in my opinion, but the corner is just going to be slightly lower than the tear duct, right? The corner of the eye and the tear duct being the other corner. So I think I would probably just sort of do it that way. Shrink the forehead down, probably. So yeah, I would say it's relatively the same. Like, this bottom lid here is still sort of curved upwards in how I would approach it. And then if I were doing, like a bottom view... Bottom view is a little harder, because I don't even think you would see the corner of the eye that well, just because of the perspective. I don't know. I think it all kind of just applies, and you're really just making, like, little micro adjustments. That would be my guess. I don't know if that's, like, fully accurate. I don't know if somebody has a better perspective on it, but that's sort of how I feel. It's probably the same. You're just moving things a couple millimeters up on either side, and you're getting that feel regardless, right? But I don't know. I don't know, dude. What's a car snack? Gas or, like, rodents, birds, and deer? I think kids these days have been calling cats cars. Don't ask me why. I'm a boomer, dude. Wagon snack? Driving in my car right after a beer? Don't tell me this. I don't want to be an accomplice to your crimes, dude. Don't tell me this shit. These are inside thoughts. You should drive straight to the police station and turn yourself in. It's a song? Oh, okay. Scared me, dude. I don't know, dude. Some chatters blow my mind with the stuff they do, alright? So I can never be too sure. You're making me sweat. You give me an extra gray hair, that's for sure. Could you link the playlist you're playing? I remember hearing a song earlier that I forgot to write round, and I want to quickly find it. This isn't a playlist. This is like the Spotify bot doing like a daily mix specifically for my account. So I don't think it's gonna work if I send it to you. Because it's made specifically for me. Also, guys, I gotta dip in probably 45 minutes. I have a thing I gotta go to later. I'm supposed to go to a movie night, and I still have to shower and everything. I should honestly probably leave at like 4.5 mark, but... This is how you die as I drive 100 miles per hour? Siren, you're scaring me, dude. Don't die. You're too new to my community to die instantly. I need you alive so I can milk you for AdSense. I don't really like this second eye. I'm gonna shift it back a little bit with my liquefy. I'm cheating, guys. Committing an art sin here. Give me a second. It's better. She looks a little cross-eyed, doesn't she? His head is so weird. Okay, I'm gonna go back to drawing this kid. No, I'm gonna save him for after stream. Fuck it. I've only got like another half hour, so I'll just doodle till then. I love drawing eyes, dude. Drawing eyes has got to be, like, the most fun thing to do. They're just so appealing. The streaming looks better on Twitch than on YouTube? Is that just me? It could be. I mean, I have, like, 2 people watching me on YouTube. My YouTube's pretty dead most of the time. And also, Twitch lets me play Spotify music. So the vibe's just a little different. I say, lets me, lightly, in air quotes. What's an eye shape I don't draw normally? Probably, let's do like a square eye. I feel like I don't do a lot of square eyes. Like a sheep square iris? I mean like the general like shape language of it, you know? The big square nose. Weird looking eye, dude. Goat eyes are interesting. I don't actually know how to draw them. But they are cool. They have like a horizontal square slit in them, I think. Something like that. Goats don't have top teeth? Is that true? I need like an animal arc, dude. I'm so like not knowledgeable about like animal anatomy. The only things I know how to draw are like people, for the most part. It's like the area of my like my diversity that's really lacking. Listen, hear me out. I'll listen to you when you stop driving. Don't drive and text, Siren. I need you to live. Siren, we need you to live. You got so much to live for. Kasem's having a creature design bootcamp. What are you, his marketing manager? Maybe. I've been on my self-study arc though for a while, so I feel like, you know, I just don't have a huge interest in drawing animals. That's probably why, but animals and environments are two things I really should focus on though. There's a lot of shit I should focus on, but I still got a lot of life left. I'm only like 31. We got lots of time to do shit. One day. Hashtag ad. Exactly. Siren, I'm gonna have to send you out in the world, dude, and market for me. You're killing the game. If the shoe fits. How do they make them look so delicate and detailed? What baffles me is most noses and eyelashes. Depends on the style, really. I guess, like, the way I do it is simplified shapes. Or, you know, in more fulsome pieces, I just do it with line weight, for the most part. Like, my eyelashes aren't that detailed on any of my characters. Like, it's literally just lines on this girl, you know? There's nothing too fancy about it. One thing I try to not do, and I don't do it all of the time, but sometimes I'll leave a little space between the top lid and the bottom, or I'll vary the line weight up. So if I'm doing like an eye here, I might do more line weight up top, less on the bottom. And these aren't hard rules. You don't have to do this. You can do it however you want. See how like the top lid has a much thicker line? That's more common, you know? I see a lot of artists do this, and then they'll also sort of thicken the corners here. And just sort of add these little spikes in. But generally, like, you want to focus a lot of your spikies on an eyelid to the corner of the eyelid, on the outer edge of the eyelid. Or the eyelash, I should say. Not so much in the middle. Now, when you look at the eye from the side, the eyelashes actually come out of this little skin area and then they curve upwards. Okay, and because they have that upward curve, if you're looking at the eye from the top, you'll probably actually see a little bit of eyelash just sort of sticking out over top here. Right? That's not abnormal. And in which case, you want it to sort of fan out, like follow a flow around the curvature of the eye. And keep it a little lighter as it overlaps the eye. You know? I think the issue with eyelashes a lot of the time that I see is that people kind of tend to overdo them a little bit. Too thick, too much detailing. I feel like eyelashes are really, really, really subtle. In my opinion, at least the way I do them. And they typically go from thick to thin in like a cone shape. It might be your line confidence. Yeah, it could be line confidence as well. It's very easy to overdo things or to place a line in the wrong spot and then it looks a little messy. Especially with eyelashes. Accuracy is pretty important. Like, even this, I don't really like the way I position the eyelashes here. It's too much. Fuck. Sebkal Song. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. Dude, we're getting so many followers today. It's crazy. It's probably the day where I've gotten the most followers in the 2 years I've streamed. I'm not even joking. I'm gonna have to count them up after this. It's insane. The little fuck at the end kills me every time. I legitimately was like coughing. I can't do like high-pitched tonal voices. I don't know why. Whenever I go high-pitched on my voice, it fucking hurts. It hurts the back of my throat. Especially when they incorporate hair color into the eyelashes, like, yes. I'm trying to think. I don't do a lot of colored stuff. Let me open up something that I've done that's colored, that's a woman, and that probably has eyelashes. I think this one's probably a good example. Come on, load, bitch. Yeah, that's your vocal cord straining. Yeah, it sure is. They even do it on their men? Yeah, you totally can. Yeah, like this girl over here. I don't even think I went that hardcore with her eyelashes. I left it pretty light. Like, it's just sort of implied. I never finished this. I probably should one day. I don't really like the leg area and the hand back here, and the skirt either. I think I did a different version of her where she was, like, orange, actually. Didn't I? No. What is this? No. Oh, I haven't seen this one before. I like that face a lot. This one's probably before you were part of my stream. I did this one, I want to say 4 months back or whatever. You definitely did multiple colors of this one. I did an orange version that was a little bit more rendered. And then I've done like some other random shit. I don't know. We're just doing whatever. I tend to stick to the same canvases for a very, 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 very long time. I don't, I'm not good at moving on to other things. I'm trying to see what else is, like, unfinished. I don't know. Lots of stuff. Lots of stuff. Oh yeah, my original cat snack designs. These were some of the original designs. Oh, totally. I've only been here for a month and a half. Yeah. The creature. The OG. He looked a little different. Rounder head, I guess. Shovik, I like that I feel like I would get more ideas for my own stuff being there. Yeah, well, that's sort of how I operate. I just kind of keep my stuff open and I bounce around. I reference a lot of my own work a lot of the time because sometimes I like the way I did a certain thing and I want to apply it. And I know technically I can, but is that you on the right? Why does everybody say that? Bro, this is like Robert Pattinson, the guy from Twilight. I actually had, like, when I did this stream, this was probably one of my first streams, like, years ago. And somebody DM'd me, one of my mods, Dave, DM'd me and was like, hey, dude, I think you doxed yourself. I think you posted your photo online. You guys think I look like Robert Pattinson, dude? I'm much uglier, I promise. This is the skin of a killer, Bella. Yeah, exactly. You're Robert Pattinson in the flesh, baby. British accent and all. Edward Twilight is 17. He isn't allowed here. Isn't he like a bazillion million years old? Ruby Rose, thank you for making your little heart comment there. But no, this is not me. I'm not Robert Pattinson. I'm way poorer than Robert Pattinson. Maybe in another life, you know? Peach Petals, thank you for the follow. Okay, I'm gonna clear all this shit out. Also, there's like a billion people here. Does anybody know who this artist is? I really like his work. I don't know his name. I found it on Pinterest, and I cannot track down the artist's name. It's so expressive. And it's like right up my alley in terms of like line style. Bye bye everything. Bye bye. What layer is this horse on, dude? Huh. What the fuck? Did I really draw that on that layer? Oops. I'm just cleaning my canvas. I made it a little messy today. Oh my god, dude. I'm lagging so much. I gotta close some shit. Fuck. Bye, Rikaru. Thank you for the follow. Shit. It's crazy. I wish I didn't have to leave soon. So many people are popping in. Okay. Holy fuck. I'm closing some shit, dude. I'm lagging so hard. It's like really annoying. Turn up the music. The music is the optimal volume so that people can hear me, you know? Si-Yun Kim is the artist for the expressions. Is it really? Okay, let me look him up. Thank you, Shavik. Si-Yun Kim art. Are you sure? I can't find it. Wait, I may be stupid. Give me a sec. Yeah, I don't think it's him, dude. Because I know that artist. I think this guy's probably like some sort of Disney animator or something like that. This looks like it reminds me a lot of like a designer that would work for like Sony or like Disney or something like that. If I had to guess. I'm gonna use my Google Pixel after to try and find it though, because there's a way to like look up images pretty well on Pixels. I tried reverse image searching, but I didn't really find anything. Damn, bro, what a mystery. This is why you sign your work, guys? I never sign my work, dude. I had a signature, but I feel like even if I did, like my signature is weird. Like it looks like this. So I don't even think people would know. I don't even think people would know it's me, even if they saw this, because this is how I sign shit normally. And for those who can't tell, it says snack, right? So you got the S. The S. Then you've got the N. It's more like this. There's the N, right? Then you got the A. And then you got the K. See, I thought it was clever. Bro, that's a rune, not a signature? That's what I wanted it to be. I wanted it to look like a rune. Sometimes I had a little 3D edge to my rune, you know? Like... It is clever, but the internet is stupid. That's true. Very, very true. You don't need to remind me about that one. Alright, guys, I think I'm going to wrap up stream here. If we're going to be live tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern Time. If anybody wants to join our Discord to get live notifications, here's the link to the Discord. You can also post your art in the Critiques channel. And if you're in chat and I'm live and in the mood, I will go over and I will give you feedback directly on your work. Now, that being said, we are an 18+ stream. So, if you are under the age of 18, I ask that you do not join, and you probably shouldn't be here at all. We ban people under 18. So, you know, if you're 18, or if you're under the age of 18, please leave. Otherwise, you know, you're more than welcome to join our Discord, get live notifications, all that good stuff. You gotta go to the rules section, and you got to turn on live notice. Shovik over on YouTube says, is there a stream tomorrow? The answer is yes, there is a stream tomorrow. I can't see your stream on YouTube. Weird. You're on my account? Like, you can see my my page or whatever? We're gonna raid into a friend of mine. She's a very, very skilled sculptor here on YouTube, or on Twitch. And, yeah, we're gonna raid her. Just because I can't be hanging around, I gotta go shower and stuff. So, yeah. I gotta leave. I'm stinky. Glad? Yes, Glad. We're gonna raid Glad. Like, I click on sub and I don't see it. Huh, weird. Alright, guys. Thank you all for coming out. I will catch you guys tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern Time for the next stream, and I will see you there, hopefully. Bye-bye.